financial year 2020-2021. And this is in perspective and in connotation and in regard to what faced us then, that was the COVID-19, which disrupted naturally the implementation of this NDP3. So this was done in regard to increasing the average household income and improving the quality of life. That is what we set out to do. So what we are saying is that the NDP3 was set out again in line with the Vision 2040. However, because of the COVID, things didn't turn out the way they were supposed to turn out. Allow me to say that in the NDP4, the main focus or the anchor areas is going to be those we refer to as ATMs, so which is agro-processing, tourism, mineral beneficiation, science, technology, and innovation. That is where we are going. So what does UMA desire? We desire to see sustainable increase in production and productivity. We desire to see more value addition in agriculture, in tourism, in minerals, oil and gas. That is where we want to see the growth. Recall, we need to achieve, as per NDP4, a 10-fold growth. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to see enhanced human capital development along the entire life cycle, and we want to see support to the private sector in order for it to drive growth and create jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth desire or objective is to see that we build and maintain strategic sustainable infrastructure. One of the board members has told me this morning, colleagues, the roads are killing us. It seems it is the number one thing which is now disturbing us. According to the NA manufacturer who is working around Kampala, the roads are really in dire straits. Housing, energy, water, industry, and ICT, that is what we want to build. So, that is the thrust of where we start this morning. It is not my day. My name is only Alan Senyondwa, and I will be taking you through today's program with the support of the Economic and Business Committee of the Board of Uganda Manufacturers Association. You're all indeed very welcome. Allow me at this juncture to welcome the Executive Director of the Uganda Manufacturers Association to give you welcome remarks. Sir, you are indeed very welcome.
Thank you, the moderator of the day. I think it is on plan that we shall pray at the end. And again, the introductions will also be done as the room fills up. So I think it was tactical in his part so that we all get embraced with the prayer. Thank you very much, members, for coming to this dialogue. In the room, we have got the manufacturers themselves. In the room, we've got the policymakers who give us a lot of headache and hope. We have got the media who represent the public. So, Mr. Chairman, I think we are well constituted. Thank you for allowing us to begin. As the Executive Director of UMA, I will maybe take the opportunity to inform you that leadership at UMA has two layers. It has the first layer of the Council of Elders. I prefer to call them the oracles of wisdom. Then we have got the board who are normally energetic and able to run around. I take the honor to recognize them. The board of directors, thank you very much for allowing us to organize this and then embracing it to be here yourselves to listen to the people. When I contacted the oracles of wisdom that we have this platform, they said, what time will it be? I said in the morning. They said, for us we no longer have the time to wake up very early. However, one of them said, go. He said, what is it about anyway? I said, you see, sir, it's about planning for the future. What future? You guys, you have no future. I said, sir, now what do you mean? He said, you have decided to chase everything and anything. So to us, we have already lost some big part of hope in terms of where you are going. However, if there is planning, take these two messages to that August house where planning is going to be. He told me, you tell the planners of this country that industrialization should not be planned as aggregation of maize. The man kept quiet. He said, what do you mean, sir? He said, can I use Uganda? You didn't get English? I said, put it a little bit straight for me. He said, you have the so-called the land people. I said, yes, sir. You have made a mistake consistently. He wished he was in the room and he asked if the chairperson of NPA would be here. I said, I will deliver that message and I will even get an appointment. He says that there is no way you can plan industrialization in 5 years. 5 years you can plan aggregation of maize, short-termism, short-term things. But for him, he thinks, which maybe I am now beginning to become his student, that we need to have industrialization plan stand a little bit alone in terms of the demands as far as time is concerned. You can't plan inputs, plan process, plan sales of the products in 5 years, and you think you'll succeed. I said, I get it and I will deliver the message. He said, number 2, don't plan industries for Uganda. It is no longer tenable. You must plan industries for the region and for the continent. And therefore, the problem will not be how to raise these industries, but will be how to protect these industries, because the competition, especially from the globe, will be too much for these young industries that we are here planning. And therefore, he says, do you need anything else? I say, I will take these 2 pieces of messages, and I hope I have delivered them, and smartly on camera, Mr. NPA, sir, Mr. Finance, sir, I deliver what the oracles would have delivered. They normally sit here, but I made a mistake. I organized in the morning. Next time I'll put in the afternoon so that they are here themselves. With that, Mr. Chairman, sir, you instructed that I invite these people, they are here. I want you to come and welcome this session, and we deliberate for the future. So with that, I thank you very much, and please feel at home. The service is on the table, and my people are here. Please, my team, can you please put up your hand wherever you are? Please, my ushers are here around 5. Just raise your hand, they will come to your service, and we'll be able to host you to our expectation. I thank you very much.
wisdom. Ecclesiastes is the book of the Bible which talks a lot about wisdom. And one of the things which is indeed true is the recognition that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word became. For those of you who read the Bible, you'll understand. Allow me, therefore, to request us all to humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Let's pray. Almighty Father in heaven, we would like to thank you for this wonderful morning, and want to thank you for the souls and minds that are gathered in this place. As we deliberate on issues pertaining to this nation and to the manufacturing sector, we request for your guidance and your wisdom amongst us. For it's written, where 2 or 3 shall gather in your name, there you shall be, and so shall wisdom be abundant. In the almighty name we pray, and everyone say, Amen. Now, my executive director had requested that we have the chairman's remarks. Allow me, sir, to request the sponsors to first of all say a word or two, and then we can see how we proceed. On behalf of the sponsors, Dr. Cheyune, please come and have a word or two as to why you decided to sponsor this particular event. You're very welcome.
Thank you. A very good morning to everyone. Our chief guest, all the other guests, the board, and as well as members of the advisory. Sorry for the protocol, but I observe the protocol. You are all welcome. On behalf of the sponsors, we want first and foremost to thank you all for getting a bit of your resources and sponsoring such an event to the manufacturing sector. The event is very important to us as manufacturers, that this is the time we do discuss issues that actually drive our businesses, either forward or sideways, or I won't say the other, which is backward, probably, I wouldn't say that. So we thank you all for all the sponsors. And we do call upon all other people who can sponsor such future events to participate and sponsor. It's quite important in one way or another that what drives our economy is production. My colleague Alan mentioned about in the beginning being a word, and then creation happened. Manufacturers are here to create. We do create value. We do create opportunities. We do create growth for economies. And for that reason, it's not only the manufacturers we call upon all other people in our economy, in our spheres, to be able to debate the issues we are going to discuss. Today we are talking about the budget, the national budget. Maybe tomorrow, as we had before, that we should plan for the continent, we should be debating the budgets of other countries within the African continent. So we call upon your sponsorship. Kindly, we look forward to that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cheyune. He, in his own right, he's a sponsor, but he's an eminent member of the Economic and Business Committee of the board of UMA, the private sector that drives this economy. Now, we have always made some fundamental mistakes which we are going to be ironing out today, going forward. Why? It is a manufacturer's dialogue. And as a dialogue, it is important that we know to whom we are speaking and with whom we are speaking. In the last one, we were told, you people, you set up podia and you put panels, but who is in the room? Who is discussing? So I would like to call the team. The team, as quickly as possible, step forward. We will take literally 10 minutes to know who is in the room. It is of paramount importance that as we discuss, we know who is with us in the room. Sometimes I tell people the economy is in the room, and they think we may not be talking the truth. So the team, please step forward, and we start where our MDAs are, and we do a session of introduction so that as we dialogue, we know with whom we are dialoguing. So I will start myself as the team arranges itself so that we can move a little bit faster. So who do we have in the room with us?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Olga Kanyanje. I work with PPDA.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Mike Abine, PPDA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tusime Precious. I work with PPDA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Livan Abaho, PPDA.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Olo. I'm representing ED National Planning Authority. I work at NPA.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Omeke, macroeconomist at NPA.
Good morning. I'm Faith Mbabazi from the PPDA.
Good morning, everyone. This is Krishna Kumar, representing Cable Corporation, the Mehta Group. Thank you.
Good morning. Alan Chibirige, Peacock Paints.
Good morning. My name is Asnan Murunji, CIC Insurance.
Good morning, everyone. Alan Mujisha, Ernest & Young.
Good morning, everyone. Prosper Ahawa is my name. I work with Ernest & Young.
Good morning, everyone. I'm from Nile Plastic Industries, named Ram Rao.
Good morning, everyone. Musa Senteza, Uganda Association of Private Institutes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Agria Kankwasa, and I work with Uganda Tailors Association.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lydia. I work at Revival of East African Ladies.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dennis Sigo. I work for UBC TV. I handle the business desk.
Morning, everyone. I'm Maureen from UBC TV.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Emmanuel Kabugo, representing Unilever, Uganda Limited.
Good morning, everyone. Mwanga Julius, President, Uganda Society for Professional Chemists and chemist from Visionaries Enterprises.
Name is Woj Wiera, business reporter, East African. Watch.
Good morning, everyone. Kennedy Msekula, a freelance writer in Uganda Dailies.
Good morning, everyone. Whatever about my name's Roofing Group.
Good morning, everyone. Aldo Esilu is my name, representing PRO Industries, a manufacturer of ethanol.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Myself, Mohammed Nizam,
representing East African Packaging under Madhwani Group of Company.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Aria Wang, work with Tiantang Group.
Hello, Akamprira Dan is my name, working with Tiantang Group of Companies.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Myself, Hardik Shah from Brushik Investment Limited. We are in pharmaceutical business.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lydia Mwesigwa from Mesha Steel. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joy Chaudhary from Giant Steel.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mohammad Lalani from Africa Polysec Industries.
Good morning, everybody. This is Tony Gadhook from Mukwana Industries.
Good morning. This is Ali Karmali from Mukwana Industries.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm James Ongora from Steel and Tube Industries Limited.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Margaret Kisitu from Nature's Fusion Cosmetics, currently serving as Vice President for the Cosmetics and Personal Care Products sector. WUMA.
Good morning, everyone. Victoria Ashavahewa is my name. I am a director at Swazi Highland Tea Company Limited, processors of black tea in southwestern Uganda, and a member of the Uganda Tea Association. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Babide Vanessa, and I'm representing Diacente Group Limited.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Irene Nakaich from ICA Lion General.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Alfred Eboku, Numa Feeds Limited.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Victoria Nannozi from Nisi Classic Cleaners. We're in the business of offering cleaning and pest control services.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christine Luboga from Chrisam's Designs, a textile company.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joan Chomhendo from Sim Packaging Solutions, that is under the Movit Group of companies.
Asima Godoni, G Insurance.
I greet you all in the name of Jesus. My name is Kiria Aaron, representing Prime Impex 2001 Limited.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vishwa Mathur. I am representing Bestpac Uganda Limited. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Kobsinja Christine, representing Marika Africa Sweets Limited. We deal in confectionaries.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Subramanian from Makepasi Match Limited, Jinja.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am by the names Bashir Ma from Kakira Sugar Limited and Madivani Group. Thank you. Apologies from Jim Cabell. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Alice Masika, Trans-Africa Assurance.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Rita Achen, Country Manager, Jibu Corporate, Uganda Limited, manufacturers of water, distributors of Jibu gas, and we do sell porridge as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sandra Letio from Pelere Group Limited.
We run 2 factories. We run in Gulu, where we do oil seeds, but also we run down here in Matuga, where we do cosmetics and different other products. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Nalima Husna, Sanko Products Limited.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Madina Mugerwa, Sanko Products Limited.
Morning, colleagues. Daniel Mwanje, South African Business Network.
Good morning, everyone. I am Wabelembo Robin from KD Enterprises.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Wanango Evelyn from Uganda Sugar Manufacturers Association.
Good morning to you all. Agnes Apple from Graphic Systems.
Good morning, everyone. Aloikin Suleiman from Graphic System.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Linda Schiller from Nature's Fusion Cosmetics.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mwebaze Edward from Shansha Investment and Joy Leap Uganda Limited.
Morning, everyone. I'm called Simon Luwuka from Crown Beverages, the makers of Pepsi.
Good morning, everyone. I'm called Letitia. I'm Kachibibi from Crown Beverages, the makers of amazing brands, Pepsi Cola. I see brands there. Please make sure you pick a bottle and enjoy it today.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Chitenda Robert Gobi from Movit Products Limited, also currently serving as a sector head for beauty and personal care at UMA. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Annette Katsime from the Uganda Insurers Association.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kenneth Nyanzi, representing Madame Irene Mujisha, Presidential CEO Forum. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, friends. My name is Ian Rumanyika. I serve at Uganda Bati.
Morning, everyone. I'm Joshua Kato, Uganda Bati.
Morning. I'm called Nekas Drake, Uganda Insurers Association.
Morning, everyone. I'm Angel Rienyu, Uganda Insurers Association.
Good morning, everyone. Elnathan Masiko, Uganda Revenue Authority, Customs Department.
Good morning, everyone. Asadu Chisitu Chigozi, Commissioner Customs, Uganda Revenue Authority.
Good morning, everyone. James Mkwaya, I serve at Electricity Regulatory Authority.
Good morning, everyone. Anthony Chintumwanje, I'm the head of the Secretariat for Private Sector Development Program at the Ministry of Finance.
Are we done? This side, please. There is a gentleman just right behind you. This one here. Just behind you there, where you're standing. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Manish Kalla, General Manager, Tambo Steel, and Board Member, UMA. Thank you.
You're very welcome. This table here, please. We need to finish.
Good morning.
You guys look incredible. My name is Brian Semugabi, and I represent Medina Advertising. Medina Advertising is a company that handles all advertising and marketing duties. That is media buying, we do social media, that is digital marketing. We do BTL, ATL, so just so you know, if you're a company and you need marketing or advertising, don't look no farther. Medina Advertising will definitely do you right. Thank you so much.
All right, I think we're about done. Just this one table, and then we are good to go. This table here, please, not the high table. As we prepare to go, allow me to welcome Mr. Ian Rumanyika to give again his remarks on this. He is also a member of the Economic Subcommittee, and therefore, please step forward to come and welcome the chair to come and give his remarks.
Thank you, Alan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ian Rumanyika, and I serve at Uganda Bati as Head External Affairs. We're a member of SAFAL Group. We are present currently in 13 countries in Africa. We are ready for integration in the East African community. We have MRM in Kenya, ALAF in Tanzania. In Uganda here, we manufacture as Uganda Bati, and in Rwanda at Sapintra. We're making 6 years this year. Let's clap for that. Those are 60 years of resilience. 1964, I doubt many of you were here. But 1964, a family decided to start a company here to manufacture steel. In fact, we are the first steel manufacturing company to start in Uganda, 1964. And we have made 60 years, not by mistake, but because we have involved and associated with associations like Uganda Manufacturers Association. Because we believe that policy direction and matters that concern manufacturing can only be enhanced or harnessed through dialogue. So that's the reason why I think for the last 3 years we've been part of this dialogue, supporting financially, but also being present to discuss matters that concern manufacturing. In fact, I've always highlighted that at UBL, at Uganda Manufacturing, at Uganda BAT Limited, we are thought leaders in the steel sector. Why? Because we have seen it all for the last 6 years. We've been able to sit on the table to discuss policy, to discuss market access, to discuss tax issues that have affected the steel sector. And I'm happy to note that in every dialogue, WUMA has not left us behind. We've been able to contribute something in terms of standards, in terms of quality, and issues that affect manufacturing. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to appreciate all of you that continuously support WUMA to advocate for better working environment for all industries and manufacturers in this country. Despite all the challenges that we are facing, we continue to dialogue with the government to seek for their support, but also to make sure that every manufacturer in this country gets a fair policy standing. And I'm happy to see Minister of Finance here, always in in support. On that note, allow me, as the MC guided, to invite the board chairman, who substantively is the vice board chairman at UMA, to speak to us. I wish you all the best during this dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. I have a list of people I need to address. The Executive Director, National Planning Authority, the representative for the Permanent Secretary to the Treasury, the Executive Director, Uganda Insurers Association, distinguished dialogue sponsors, the board members of UMA, the UMA Secretariat, fellow manufacturers, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. It is a privilege to address you today at this, the third Manufacturers Dialogue. The theme of today's dialogue is the national budget in the lenses of the National Development Plan, 4 priorities, a manufacturer's perspective. Our gathering represents not just a moment of reflection, but a pivotal opportunity to redefine the future of our manufacturing sector and the economy as a whole. As we delve into our discussions, it is essential to consider 2 critical factors shaping our country: the recent 2024-25 National Budget Framework and the National Development Plan 4, NDP-4. Navigating tax amendments 2024-25 and other interventions to spur growth. The recent tax amendments for the financial year 2024-2025 introduced several changes that directly impact the manufacturing sector. These amendments are designed to foster a more competitive and conducive business environment. Allow me to congratulate both government and the manufacturing fraternity, especially those using plastic granules, on this input excluded from an excise duty of 2.5% or US dollars, $70 per ton. We hope that this particular intervention will offer relief for manufacturers of plastics and ensure sustainability and competitiveness. The foregoing aspect, together with a few other changes such as incentives for capital investments in new technologies and equipment, aiming at encouraging modernization and expansion within the sector, R&D tax credits, enhanced tax credits for research and development activities, which support innovation and the development of new products and processes. Export promotion, adjustments to tax policies that aim at boosting exports, and sustainability measures, tax benefits for companies implementing sustainable practices and reducing their carbon footprint. These amendments are strategically aligned with the goals of NDP4 and offer us valuable tools to drive growth and transform our economy. The NDP4 articulates a clear vision for transforming our economy through industrialization, economic diversification, and innovation. It emphasizes the need to strengthen our manufacturing base, enhance productivity, and integrate more advanced technologies into our production processes. What is rather key for us to interrogate is how shall we be able to realize the tenfold of GDP from US dollars 50 billion to US dollars 500 billion, given the past performances of NDP3 and NDP2. Manufacturers attending this dialogue will be very pleased once National Planning Authority expounds more on the how, including the total transformation in the management of NDP4 that should surely make it believable by the majority of Ugandans that play different roles in the economic transformation journey, noting that the economy is private sector led. Strategic priorities for the manufacturing sector. In light of NDP4 and the tax amendments, we must focus on several key priorities. Production for economic growth. The Uganda Manufacturers Association demands that government must be deliberate to cause unprecedented capital investment in the promotion of primary industries involved in the production of items such as clinker, iron ore, leather, dairy, coffee, cotton textiles, and apparel, as well as tea. In addition, there must be a meaningful mineral benefication strategy to optimize gains from this sleeping giant, as has been the case in, say, our neighbors in Tanzania. The government of Uganda must support the industrial sector to deal with low manufacturing capacity utilization, now standing at 54.4. The pain issues are known. They include, among others, inadequate market access, high cost of production, high taxes, high cost of finance, limited long-term finance, a very high level of informality, illicit trade, inadequate skills, high cost of contracting expertise. And we must tackle these issues in a timely manner, ladies and gentlemen. Distribution logistics for economic growth. The aggregation of raw materials produced under PDM for value addition and industrialization, the aggregation of value-added products for exports, and developing of an integrated transport system, utilizing all possible low-cost means like waterways and rail, in addition to air cargo and roads, will go a long way in adding markets and foreign reserves for our country. Market access for economic growth. The government of Uganda should support the manufacturing sector through a robust standardization drive, while deliberately putting efforts to grow and sustain exports of goods and services through the establishment of an export guarantee insurance facility by the Insurance Regulatory Authority. We need to fast-track product standardization and establishment of border warehousing facilities on a PPP basis. The local economy needs to be stimulated through mainstreaming of local content and domestic areas settlement by fast-tracking the issuance of the regulation on reservation guidelines covering all subsectors of manufacturing and continuing to clear domestic areas for supplies made to government for goods and services. It is also important to amend the East African Customs Management Act 5th Schedule to remove exemptions, especially for goods and supplies where the ESC has eventually developed the capacity to supply. Lastly, the enabling environment for economic growth. It is critical that we address matters of competition by establishing the first of its kind competition authority or commission. Financial sector deepening for affordability and access to patient capital by leveraging NSSF funds channeled through a development bank and a robust capital markets authority. Government support for post-COVID recovery, especially for SMEs, needs to be actualized, and rethinking tax administration in Uganda by ensuring robust tax reforms. The URA Act requires overhaul to, among others, provide for URA's designation of CPAs to conduct audits on its behalf, as is the case for BOU and OAG. Digitalization and reduction of the cash economy to reduce informality, and the skilling the youth to supply a critical labor force to industry and emerging job export markets. Lastly, I wish to most sincerely thank the government of Uganda for providing an enabling environment. Despite the challenges, our sponsors who've enabled this event today so we can dialogue, thank you very much. Our valued partners, you have made this possible. Thank you, and I wish you the best of deliberations.
Another round of applause for the chair. It is not easy to chair this sector. You are under constant threat. You come and say you don't have electricity. The next day you don't have, the roads are filled with potholes. Then you come talking about market access. It is not an easy place to be, Chair. So, Chair, thank you very much for your remarks. Without further ado, allow me to welcome the Chair of the Economic and Business Committee to give the theme exposition for today's dialogue. Mr. Mwiru, you're very welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I don't hear any energy. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You do that. I want to stand on the past protocol that was well articulated by the chairperson, Uganda Manufacturers Association, because he managed really to touch the salient issues that have bedeviled us after recognizing the tendency of the people that can offer solutions. And as such, in the interest of time, I will go straight into the presentation. But before I can do so, allow me in a very special way to recognize the role played by government in stabilizing macroeconomics. Joseph is right here, our very good friend and ally from Ministry of Finance. We don't ever take it for granted. To understand what finance has done, as well as Bank of Uganda, is if you have been able to move in any of the capitals in the region and tried to get dollars out of the various countries that surround us, including the largest manufacturing country in this region, you will have been challenged. I know for the fact that at some point, we needed a transfer of just about 100,000. And the queuing was for 2 weeks. So Joseph and team, thank you very much for stabilizing macroeconomics. I can now then jump into the presentation. The presentation is, as you can see, that's the outline. Next. About WUMA, formed around actually not formed, revived in 1980s, the late 80s by the late Dr. James Mulwana, as we all know, with only a few members, 26, and now boasting of over 1,600, indicating that there is growth, which is a good thing, over the 30 years. The vision and mission is underpinned by the desire to be the premier business membership organization in the region. To this, every time we wake up, we strive to achieve that. In terms of segmentation of our membership, the vast majority are SMEs. And of course, for us, this is very important because minus them, you can't talk about manufacturing. Situation analysis, I will delve into a few numbers to show you where the monies have gone in manufacturing. And I think if you could see, the greatest amount of money has gone into cement production, in excess of that much. And for us, this underpins why we need to see a migration from the dependency on imported clinker to having to do the grinding of limestone locally. Steel has been another major culprit following in. And of course, all this is underpinned by the fact that construction remains one of the fastest growing segments of our economy. Next. Sector contribution for manufacturing. I want to jump into the most important one. Capacity utilization in the manufacturing sector is still very low at 54.3, which means that we can actually double output in manufacturing without necessarily putting any new dollars. And of course, just a little bit, go back to the previous slide. Before we can even jump into attracting a lot of FDI and so on, I think the key thing is that we need to optimize capacity utilization, and the pain points are the things that I will be speaking to during this presentation. But even then, when you look at, for example, tax contribution, we are up there, doing fundamentally well. You talk about employment, things are happening. Exports, NDP will confirm, but I think we are one of those sectors that are doing very well in terms of the trajectory of manufactured goods as a fraction of overall exports. For power consumption, of course, without manufacturing, you can't talk about generation of power. We are doing 70% of energy produced in Uganda is consumed by this sector, and I know that IRA is in the room. We want to recognize you because you have been our very reliable partners. Next. Despite what we have just seen in the previous slide, we still have low capacity utilization, which I spoke to, low productivity, and I know that the Minister of Labor is supposed to be here. One of the key things that we have is that we need to work around labor productivity improvement in this country. Yes, we're talking about skilling, but the skilling that actually government has embraced over time does not resonate with actually the skill gaps that we have in the sector, which is still a major pain point. And in terms of GDP contribution, you can see that we're up there, and this number, by the way, is one of the largest numbers that manufacturing has offered to the East African region. Those of you who followed the trends during the presentation of budgets, you realize that the manufacturing sector in Uganda registered actually the most contribution to GDP across the region, for which we don't take lightly, and we therefore further acknowledge the support of especially the Minister of Finance and government generally. Next. Exports, I had already spoken to that. And in terms of the targets for NDP3, we are doing pretty well. But I can also say that probably we would have doubled this, because you remember that in the presentation done by my chairman of UMA, he mentioned the absence of export guarantee insurance. And I want to speak to this in a moment. What makes China different is not only competitiveness at the level of manufacturing, but I think the greatest thing that China has done is to de-risk exports. If you look at Uganda, we live in a volatile environment. Our natural markets are the following: Democratic Republic of Congo, Southern Sudan, Central African Republic. You can talk about Somalia, where we have actually great number of boots. These kind of markets cannot be accessed optimally without de-risking exports. So one key thing, Joseph, now that you are listening in, is to really resolve once and for all the issue of export guarantee insurance. And in this, manufacturers are willing and ready to pay the premiums. So all we need is to have a product available with insurers in Kampala, so that what you see as exports can actually more than double. We are thinking that this can happen in about 3 years, and this would be a great thing. I thought that actually, since finance supervises the Insurance Regulatory Authority, this is something that you should be able to speak to. In terms of competitiveness, manufacturing is competitive. And of course, to confirm this is for you to know that what our neighbors have always done is to keep on innovating around non-tariff barriers. You resolve this, they create another one, but not to deal with us in a free market environment. And I want to say that we deserve a big round of applause that we have managed to make it despite the huge challenges that surround us. And for us, we think that if we are able to resolve challenges to market access, we can easily take over the region. Next. Of course, we've done remarkable import substitution. And of course, in this sector, furniture, it's a pity that Director Mayondo is not here, but he's one of those men that have had to do so much to cause the numbers to happen for the furniture sector, and we are very grateful. Of course, the rest of them are agro-processing, printing and packaging, etc., etc. But for me, the most important thing was the number of 7 billion plus that we are able to get. This only eats again into where we have seen the sector grow, and of course, these materials combined are dealing with our challenges on Forex. But most importantly on this slide is to mention for you that because we are predominantly relying on imported inputs, we are still suffering this as our total bill for Forex externalization to support manufacturing around this. And it will explain for you why we are now speaking to primary industrial development. Primary industries being developed so that we then cancel the hemorrhage that is touching almost $5 billion annually because of inputs that we have to source from outside the ESC. Now, impediments to optimal performance of the manufacturing sector, these are many. And allow me to pick in, I'll be picking on the most important ones for us, but tax policy stands up there. My colleagues from URA are here, and I know that this is not mainly their problem because they are implementers of policies set by finance, but I think our major challenge, Joseph, is the fact that almost every year we have to think around taxation. Now, when you do this, you distort business projections because the borrowing that we do is based on 10 years projections of business revenues. Now, when tax policy and taxation is annualized, especially on VATs, import duty, etc., etc., you completely distort the possibility of us being able to project manufacturing. And no wonder the comments that were made by the ED from our advisory council. So our ask, in one sentence, is now that we have NDP4 for the next 5 years, can we have a conversation early enough that can result into us agreeing on the trend and on the trends of VAT, on the trends of corporation tax for the next minimum 5 years? Once you support this, you will have supported the colleagues from NPA. Now, when you distort us, you not only distort us, but you will render the numbers by NPA actually less viable to be realized. That said, I transit into market access. Market access, our state of play confirms that the EAC remains our major market and the COMESA, and the very reason why we need it stable. For quite some time, Uganda has been very biblical. They slap you on this, and you change the face, and they slap again. This is what we have lived with, but I think as we enter into the NDP4, we want to have serious conversations with our neighbors so that we can grow these numbers. The numbers speak for themselves. Kenya, Rwanda, DR Congo, South Sudan, major markets. Now, when you wake up one morning and the border is closed, and the leadership is not doing as much to ensure that actually this is fixed, it's very bad for business. It's very bad for business. And it does not only undermine Uganda, but it undermines the region as an investment destination. So again, Joseph, you remain the focal point because you represent us in terms of the design for especially the tax and integration agenda for our country. And we think that we can do much, much better. Next, competitiveness. Competitiveness, impaired competitiveness emerging from the energy sector misalignment. What is not written in this slide is where I began from by recognizing the role played by ERA. We don't take it for granted. We lived in a manufacturing space where there was load shedding. I think load shedding is long gone. But I think what we need now to deal with is the quality of power and reliability. My senior, Mr. Lalani of Polisac, will tell you that his region around Chigunga area and Mukono has been affected greatly by unreliability of power. I think also mainstream Namamvi Industrial Park, same story. And then you end up hearing that we have excess power that we cannot sell, but at the same time, we cannot distribute it to be consumed. So the conversation around investments into the network so that reliability of power is guaranteed. Of course, we know that the concessionaire is packing his bags. Without a doubt, at times that could have affected service quality, but this is a conversation that government must deal with until the time we come to March next year. But again, around the issue of March 2025, we are very worried, friends. Not that we doubt the capacity of government to distribute power, but because of the uncertainties that come around management of public goods by our government. And I want to be very candid in this. At times, government wakes up and you wonder whether we had government around. Look at Chitezi and what is happening there. You wonder whether we were around. So we don't want to see a scenario post-March 2025 taking us back to the days of load shedding. Not because we don't have power, but just because the operator is not able to galvanize what it takes to distribute power. The last thing I had to mention on the previous slide was on the issue of cooking energy. Because when we come here, we cannot forget that we come from homes where the major source of power and energy remains firewood. And this is remaining so, notwithstanding the fact that we have a lot of biogas potential that we have not harnessed, and at the same time, we are also anticipating early oil next year. So the conversation is around how do we transit for energy And this must be planned for. I know that NPA is in the room. We need serious conversations around this, and much more so because the bulk of our power is hydro. You lose it on rainfall, all the infrastructure we have created will become white elephants. We don't want to live in a Uganda that tells that story. Next, friends, is about quality standardization of products in Uganda. Friends, export capacity is about quality, and therefore countries that cannot do standardization cannot export optimally, period. That's why the greatest countries in terms of standards are the major drivers of the export trading, are able to afford standards. Standards must be affordable for the SMEs to grow. Again, Joseph, we need to have a conversation around this. This has to be resolved. NPA, we need money around this, and we cannot run away from it. PPDA is doing a great job, but the capacity of our SMEs to be able to supply government is impaired because of standards. We want to grow the economy, we must grow the SME segment of the economy, without which we can't do much. Now, regional standards harmonization is another problem, and of course what we have heard from UNBS is that you are yet to give them optimal money for them to be able to attend and optimally fast-track regional standardization to enable us seamlessly export into the region. But I know you'll be speaking to this. Financial investment and cost of capital. I will take cost of capital. And the indicators are simple. We are borrowing in dollar terms in the region of 10 to 12%, and our competition is at 6%. No brainer, that's why imports are ruling the market. And the worst thing that has happened after the Anti-Homosexual Act, we used to have export credit guarantees of Europe, of Asia, but mainly of Europe, of America, of Canada. Now, after the Anti-Homosexuality Act, these people have walked out of Uganda for the reasons that we know, and it's the reason why government must be alive to this challenge. Because of this, machinery and technology that was at as low as 6% can now only be sourced at 12%. Now, once you have that, you have a problem. So, a conversation around tweaking sources of financing. And of course, migrating commercial bank borrowing to long-term borrowing is another challenge. 95% of manufacturers are borrowing from commercial banks. Not that we hate them. We don't hate them at all, which is why one of our sponsors is actually a commercial bank for this dialogue. But to say that you can only grow manufacturing when you have reliable sources of patient capital. Next. Now, this congestion around major highways affecting distribution is something we know. Government has done very well. You can drive all the way from Moroto into maybe Iganga very quickly, but once you hit Iganga, you start slowing down. It gets worse to Jinja, it becomes impossible in Mukono, in Kampala you get stuck completely. Now, distribution becomes a major challenge, and is accounting for 50% increase in logistical costs. What are we saying? Can you fast track what you are already doing very well, by the way, for the Kampala metropolitan transformation of roads? Our major challenge is that we needed these roads fixed yesterday. and the speed is what we want to see. Uganda Airlines doing very well in terms of growth of destinations. We know it is still an infant. We can only cry for more. But most importantly, to destinations that especially make a lot of sense to us, including the Maghreb region, to facilitate the export of especially milk and milk products. Now, the biggest that should support the growth trajectory in our lenses as manufacturing is investment in primary industries. Now, primary industries are industries that we have always known. We are talking about iron and steel for the mucos of this world. We're talking about limestone in Karamoja to do the clinker in Uganda. We're talking about leather and leather products for which we are externalizing almost now in the region of $300 million annually. The list goes on and on. NPA, in our thinking as UMA, you will not grow this economy tenfold in the next 5 years without government being deliberate on investing in these primary industries, because it is where Ugandans live. Because if I speak about hides and skins, you will talk about the cattle corridor. I speak about cotton, you talk about the Great North and Eastern. I talk about maize and all these other things. You talk about Bunyoro and all these regions. You can't run away from it. What we have seen, and I'll speak to this in a moment, we have seen market failure. And I'm here to confirm that, and especially to you, Joseph. There's been market failure because the private sector has failed to allocate resources to invest in these sectors. So what we're calling upon, and when I saw Mr. Mwanje, I was excited, from the private sector development unit of Ministry of Finance. We want to see PPPs standing with people in iron and steel, the roofings of this world, Uganda Bati at 60, Tembos, and so on. What that does is that you reverse externalization of $1 billion annually, because our expenditure on two items, steel, iron and steel inputs plus clinker, is about $1 billion. Our import bill is about 10 billion. Now, for two, you cancel 10%. No brainer for growth. Our thinking is that focus here. Focus here, you will have done it. You will have done it for us. The conversations around this are open, and we are happy that we have had a very good conversation with the PSST, but we want to remain engaged. Tax policy and administration, I had spoken much about this, but I will pick two items, okay. One is this animal called audits by URA. URA comes because they have mandate, they write to you after 6 years, and they want to audit for 10 years. Now, it is not that you did not have books ready over this period of time, but it's because they have no capacity. And our conversation is in the direction of amending the law that created them many years ago to provision for certified public accountants that can be hired to do it the way BOU and OAG does it. And this is a conversation that is open. We will continue pursuing it. The other is exemption, or the ESC exemption regime. My young brother, a new Commissioner Customs, most welcome. This is the animal in the room. When the Customs Union came around many years ago, there was a lot of lack of capacity then. Over the years, we have come of age. We want a conversation led by Uganda to reviewing the exemption regime, especially the 5th schedule, so that we can protect revenue for government. Of course, the other animal is IFRIS. My brothers in the trade sector called it a new tax, you remember? And we're thinking that we should have a threshold that makes sense, really, for both VAT and IFRIS. The number we're having for VAT as a way of recommendation is something around 360 million. Move it from 150, give them a breather. They're part of us. We can't really throw them out of Uganda. They're Ugandans, and they need to participate in the economy. I know the application by Kasita was to 1 billion shillings. We thought that that was on a higher side, but 360 million is reasonable for medium-sized enterprises. And of course, for IFRIS, what I should mention, I can see you, Joseph, writing. For IFRIS, we think that the conversation should be around turnover of 500 million. Because you are loading IFRIS on people that are not yet into the arena of really being able to doing books properly, complying very well. The conversation is open, but we shall continue thinking that government needs to listen, and we rationalize this. We cannot have a trade sector that is volatile all the time. Robust standardization, I spoke to this, because again, it enables us to trade across the continent now that the Continental Free Trade Area is here. But most importantly for you, Joseph, is the UNBS financing. Single treasury account, not appropriate for UNBS. We are here to make a case for them. I know they cannot come and look into your face as I'm doing to tell you that, boss, this does not work. Because as manufacturers, we pay for service. We expect service. Now, when we go there, they tell us that now we don't have reagents. Why? Mr. Gobi is yet to release the next quarter of financing. Have a formula around it so that we can all play better. Next. Innovations about financing and long-term financing for that matter. I didn't hear of Capital Markets Authority being present, but once you are here, we know that they are here. Two things for them. One is how do we tweak the capital gains regime for Uganda? Indexation, I know Ernest and Young, they are here, they will speak better to that. But what the Kenyans have done is the tweaking of this and enabling the family-owned enterprises to sell off shares. In Uganda, our markets are really as good as dormant because people are reluctant to sell shares. At some point, government was saying that because we are not compliant, but that's wrong. It's no longer actually the case. The case is that if I wanted to see dilution of shareholding in an entity that has been in Uganda for 10, 20 years, all the realization will be wiped away by capital gains. And that does not make sense for somebody to list. So our conversation is around what is it that we can tweak, and that's why we have started the conversations early enough as you plan for the next budget. Two other things, and I'm done with this. There is this animal called having an industrial bank. Yes, it is not very popular, but if it is not very popular, can we speak about reconfiguring access to patient capital that is available in the country? We know, because I'm a contributor to the NSSF, I know that they have in the region of 20 trillion. I can guarantee you that in 5 years, NSSF will be earning too much money to be able to deploy. Therefore, the conversations must begin now on how do we create models that work. We don't want to lose savers' money, including my money, because I'm also a saver with NSSF. But at the same time, we cannot live in fear and leave NSSF to invest this money outside Uganda. And at the same time, we continue saying that there is no patient capital. So it's a delicate balancing, but that's why experts are there, like yourselves. Next. Yes. There is an animal called umeme going by March 2025. We are sounding this early. Earlier, the concession was signed when the private sector was not as good, as well engaged as you have engaged us now. We do not want to see an internal rate of return that does not make sense for Ugandans. To give a concession and you give 20% in dollars, it was treasonable. But it can happen in Uganda. We don't want it to happen now, at least when my generation is in charge at UMA. At least when my generation is in charge. It happened then, I was not yet in charge, but with my brother here in charge of UMA, we don't want to see this. You cannot talk about an IR of 20% in dollars, it doesn't make sense. So our thinking is that now that government has actually invested in generation and much of the debt has been paid and restructured for Bujagali Energy Limited, rates of return must come down come April next year. It's our expectation. We consume 70% of power, nothing less than that. We will not go on the streets. WUMA doesn't do that. We will continue engaging you so that we have this happening. Energy transition, I spoke to this. Doesn't make sense to continue with wood fuel, especially when we'll have olive oil next year, and innovations around what we can do around biogas. Yes, when we come here, we remember that our consumers are in the villages, so they must be able to access clean energy. Next. Infrastructure development, standard gauge railway, self-explanatory, but I think the major animal is the intermodal transport system. You know, Uganda has very good policy frameworks. Intermodal, very good vocabulary, but when does it happen? And I will tell you why. We are only able to especially export to northern Tanzania if we could optimize water transport from Luzira. And back in the day, I will tell you, we used to have a major market for bedsheets, especially in our case, in northern Tanzania. And all it would take would be an overnight trip into Mwanza. This is true for Victoria, is true for Albert, is true for the Nile. And also is very true for tourism development, for cruises, for those of you who have been to these other places that actually have cruises on the waters. The other is human capital or skills development. I think there is a major mismatch. We will share with you a number, Joseph, of how much we are spending on importation of skills. You will be shocked. You will be shocked. I didn't put this number deliberately here in this presentation. It will cause shock waves in this congregation. But I think the major thing that we would want to see, leveraging South-to-South cooperation for people that have already done it very well. South Korea, India, China, all these guys can assist us. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. I have been lucky that in one of these arrangements, I have attended a program in various parts of India, especially. And the message there is that they want to be twinned with training institutions in Uganda. And I wonder why that should be difficult. They don't need a budget. They want to donate skills transfer to Uganda institutions. And it becomes difficult. At times we get baffled with why things don't move at the public sector level. Next. Thank you. But allow me to say the following as I get off this podium. One thing that didn't come out in this presentation is the issue of periodical monitoring and evaluation of progress, and I think this goes to NPA. It is really not on with us for you to come after 5 years and you tell us that you scored 50%. In a private company, I will have sacked you. In a private company, and I'm being very, very honest, I see my senior here is looking down, but he knows that what we do in private sector. You don't earn 50% for shareholders and you retain a job. No. Our demands are simple. Let us monitor progress periodically. If things are not working in a particular segment, we fix them. But we don't lose time. Time is money. What was making business sense yesterday does not make business sense tomorrow. That was a key message for NPA. For PPDA, we can only say thank you. I didn't mention about the reservation of March this year. We are informed, you worked on it, we can only cry for more. I see Mbabazi there. Thank you very much, and you deserve a big round of applause because you are working. But again, for PPDA, we are yet to see all manufactured goods and services covered in the guideline. Our manufacturing potential is beyond the sectors that have now been able to benefit. Our role as a board of UMA is to see that there is inclusivity for the access to especially the public sector market in Uganda, which is 65% of the national budget. So for us, we want to remain engaged, and your supervisor, Minister of Finance, is right here. And relatedly, is the animal code regulation. Joseph, this is the third time I'm mentioning this, and I'm mentioning it once again, off cuff. The regulation that is supposed to create sanctions for, call them accounting officers in government, who don't follow boo-boo and local content mainstreaming, have become a major thing. Before we end this dialogue, it is our expectation that we would want to learn of a roadmap to realizing this regulation. We cannot wait forever. No. PPD, you look at me in my face. We can't wait forever. This regulation at some point must come. I very much wanted to see your board chair here so that we speak to him directly. Because, I mean, we are here to promote Ugandan goods and services. Because when we do that, we grow the revenue base for the country and the tax base, and our country grows. So that is a major, major requirement. Very lastly, I don't know who has come from the Ministry of Trade, which happens to be our mother ministry, but I know that the minister is supposed to be here. The conversation around competition regulation in Uganda. We know that the law was assented to. The regulation is yet to be out. My chairman spoke about a commission. We need to see the operationalization of this law yesterday. And the reason is simple. The trade disorder that you're seeing in this country is a product of everybody opting to do whatever it pleases at a personal level. Capitalism can be very egocentric, if I may. If you don't regulate capitalism, you quote for disaster. We have a law, and I think we need your indulgence, Joseph, in terms of budget support. Because yes, the law is there, but did we envisage money that should operationalize the committee that should then prevail over us manufacturers who want to do last mile deliveries and therefore creating friction with Kasita? This is not what we are here for. We are here for organized trade. We are here knowing that they are distributors, they are retailers. That's how we want it to happen. But it can only be reinforced by a law and a regulation. With those remarks, this man had given me 5 minutes, but I needed to do this. I want to thank you so much for listening to me. God bless you.
Please, another round of applause. Sometimes we are accused, we as people in the policy arena, that we talk, but I always want to tell people, policy advocacy is marketing at government level. Underestimate it, and it will chew you. For capitalism is a raging lion. If you don't enclose it and engage it, it will chew you. Those are not my own words, but words of famous economists. Our guest of honor, just to say that all you are hearing from the manufacturers is simple and plain economics. Nothing much, nothing less. For what is economics? The study of the use of scarce resources. For what? Production, distribution, consumption. Those are the three elements we are touching on. We will speak everything, but if we cannot produce, if we cannot distribute what we produce, and if we cannot market that which we produce, we are only but a damned nation. And in the words of Abraham Lincoln, we remain the last best hope for this economy. And therefore, without further ado, allow me at this juncture, maybe before I do that, because I'm getting a little bit scared. Government and MDAs, we are not the hunting grounds for your policy people. Why? I see my brother James Mkwaya seated there from ERA. I see another gentleman there from Steel and Tube. I see another gentleman there from Private Sector Foundation. I am seeing people from electricity from Export Promotion Board. We are not your hunting grounds. Go and look for your policy people elsewhere. These are our policy people. Allow them to stay and advocate for manufacturers. But without further ado, allow me to welcome Commissioner Chizito to give his quick remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are short of time, but those that have to deliver messages are many. So we will try and keep it as short as possible. Commissioner, it is your day. It is about trade. It's about taxes. Please, it's your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning once again. Asadu Kisitu Chigozi is my name. Commissioner Customs, Uganda Revenue Authority. We are in the business of facilitating trade, legitimate trade. And that's why Uganda manufacturers are part and parcel of our business. And as government, we are deliberate on the initiatives to make sure that the private sector growth is enhanced so that we can all benefit. I'm going to be brief, then my technical person will hint on a few areas for the period which we are reviewing under this theme. I'll first of all want to thank Uganda Manufacturers Association and the members for the contribution to the national basket. And indeed, I can say from the international trade side that a number of your members are among the top tier of 115 companies that contribute immensely to the collections from international trade. Also allow me to again re-emphasize that for the manufacturing, ever since the NRM government came into being and the president being very particular on local production, Uganda Revenue Authority has remained consistent in making sure that this sector is facilitated. And we know that turnaround time is very critical for business, the other infrastructure notwithstanding, and we fast track goods for manufacturers because we know that once they produce, we can later on collect from their production. So we shall continue to do that as Uganda Revenue Authority, and we shall partner further to make sure that this is achieved. From the two speakers before, I was with my colleague and I said, I always hear dialogues between the private sector and government, but it seems as if we're on opposite sides on some of the issues that have been highlighted here. Indeed, by now we should be far ahead from where we are so that we can be able to grow our economy. I want to touch two areas which the chairman mentioned and the committee chairman for business also mentioned. The issue of the private sector production. We as URA and Customs in particular, we represent you in the East African community in terms of trade, and we are responsible for implementing the East African Community Customs Management Act. And indeed, every year, we have sittings looking at that particular act to make sure that it moves with the times to support the region. Therefore, what do we call for is the private sector to present to us the list of the items they feel that they are in the 5th schedule and give justification for us to be able to debate at that level of removing them so that they can be sourced locally. The intention of the act to exempt those items was because they are not available here and they consume a lot of capital, and if they were allowed to pay tax, then the manufacturing industry would not grow. But now that you have come of age, it will be very important to work through the East Africa Business Council to bring the list of those items in the 5th schedule and the capacity the region has. Then the policymakers at our level, we shall be able to present to the community and reconsider. There is one thing which has always disturbed me, the chairman talked about it briefly, informality. And the other day was when we are looking at strategies to make sure that we collect revenue, I did mention that what are we talking about when we say informality? Because as URA, we shall say there is a very big informal sector. But meanwhile, another government entity is busy dealing with that entity. You are calling informal. The local government is dealing with a company, with the business at the grass, and you are calling it informal. But they are giving them a license. So it means that we just need to know where to loop in and say, as far as government is concerned, once you are at this level, you are government. Therefore, you should act as the one on top would act. And we are done. Because I doubt if in a local government any shop can open without a trading license. And then tomorrow you will write a very big report, there is an informal sector. So that one we need to work and rectify. Then the other area is, again, facilitation, border warehousing. And the border warehousing now entails so many things. And Uganda should be now looking, being that we are land-linked, we should be now looking at developing inland ports that have comprehensive facilities to cover the whole business. If you are in the fish industry processing, the cold rooms should be there at Malaba. They should be there in Elegu and the other markets which we go to West Nile in terms of the DRC. So that we remove there's so many silos scattered which increase the cost of doing business, where the human resource is not sufficient to trot around. Even when we are trying to look at quality, how many manufacturers will my officers go to confirm that what should be exported is what is done? But when we centralize at these hubs, then we shall be able to facilitate you better. And in the product list, yes, they are on the other issue is that what is the capacity of the production so that we don't again deny the market to have certain goods when we say the manufacturer can make them. The challenge we have is that the manufacturers will come and say, we can make this item, then we ask, what is the quantity? Mr. Commissioner, we have enough, is the answer. What is enough? People are importing tons and tons of that item. You can only produce, which can't even cover much in the division where I come. And you want government to put a policy to restrict importation because you are producing. So we have to be true to ourselves, open up for government to support you. The market requires 1,000. The local market can produce 200. But it is gradual. We work together, we regulate. As you grow, we restrict. As you grow, we restrict, so that the market is also not denied of choice. Rather than restricting, you bring 200, the market demands 1,000, and you relax because government has put a policy, you are not even increasing your capacity. So those are things we need to work together, and I promise the manufacturers we shall sit further, digest the matters you have raised. Those for URA, we shall go into details, and maybe in the next budget cycle, we see an improvement to where we want to be. Allow me to stop here and invite my colleague to just give a hint of the highlights which URA is looking at in NDP4. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my commissioner. As introduced, I'm Elnathan Masiko, a supervisor in the Customs Department. Today, it is indeed a pleasure to present to you a request if we can project. I'm told it is a bit of a challenge, but in whatever form you can, it will be best illustrated. The document, you can go straight to the areas that you've mentioned that are covered under the NDP4. And some of the tax status items, you can scroll down. Yes, thank you very much. You'll notice that there is the items which are responsible for value addition. And the first item in the line are cold rooms, where the government of Uganda has deliberately had the import duty at 0%, so that when you import it, the cold room will not pay any import duties. Then we have also machinery for processing dairy products. These ones are exempted under the VAT Act, and they are free of import duty. So those who would want to add value to machinery for processing dairy products would benefit from this. And the reason why we're bringing it to you is that some of us are in the sectors, but you are not taking benefit of these provisions that the government of Uganda has availed to you. So our duty today is to try and flash them to you and inform you that these incentives are available. So those who would want to process the fruits, the juice presses and crushers are also free of duty, and they're exempted from VAT. So a manufacturer will bring in the juice processing machinery in this regard from fruits to 0%. Kind of scroll on, down. Yes. Also, to help you move your agricultural products, the refrigerated trucks are also exempted from all taxes. Those ones are catered for under the 5th schedule. Then we have machinery for maize milling. That's also value addition. VAT is exempted. And there is no import duty on maize milling machinery. Then those who would like to extract oil press machinery, as you notice, is also VAT exempted, and the import duty is at 0%. Those who would want to also add value on grain dryers, that is number 7. Please scroll on. Yes, grain dryers are also VAT exempted, and they're also 0% duty. So practically you bring it in without paying any tax. The hullers, those that hull products such as the rice, are also 0% import duty. There's also no VAT. That goes for the feed grinders, those who want to process feed for the animals. We also have hatcheries, which are also at 0% import duty, and the VAT is also exempted. Then we go on to number 11. The grain cleaners and sorters, those are also 0% import duty, and there is also no VAT on the products. We also have homogenizers, those who are engaged in milk production. They are also VAT exempted. We have threshers, those who are engaged in the agricultural sector for threshing the silage. They are also exempted from VAT. Then we have seed grain shellers. They're also exempt from import duty and VAT. We have also coffee, those who want to add value to coffee. The coffee sorters are also exempted. The coffee roasters, scroll on, number 16. We have the rice mills are also exempted from import duty and VAT. Then the other sector that the NDP4 is looking at is value addition on minerals, which also entails oil and gas. In that sector, we have crushing equipment that are used, like the jaw crushers, the corn crushers. Please scroll on. You can go up. Yes, yeah. So those jaw crushers, the corn crushers, they are all exempted from all taxes. This time, the government of Uganda has put it in the 5th schedule that those who want to add value on minerals will have their equipment brought in without paying any tax, as long as you have a license for a certain block where you're actually mining the minerals. So we have the grinding equipment, which grind the minerals for purposes of, then we have also what we call the flotation equipment, also the hydration equipment. All those are exempted from all taxes. And also for a mining company, bring in motor graders. Please scroll on. The motor graders are also exempted. Then we have also these large wheel loaders, the drag lines, the wheel tractor scrapers, the large dozers, the excavators, the drill rigs. Continue down. They are all exempted from all taxes. Then scroll on, please. Yes, so we have the other areas that have been mentioned in our booklet about the tourism sector. On the URA website, we have this publication for the incentive guide. If you even go to the normal Google search engine, you put in tax incentive guide, you are going to see where government has offered the tourism sector enormous exemptions. If you can just flash it, Uma, please. Just the face of the tax incentive guide. You'll notice that there's a very generous tax regime for exemptions for tourism. The vehicles, the four-wheel drive vehicles, the sightseeing buses. Of late, I think if you pass by Lugogo, you see some young people there having a good time. Have you been able to see them? Those sightseeing buses where you sit on top of the bus and you see the whole of Kampala. Those ones are exempted from taxes. We also have the tourism hotel industry that has also been given a very generous tax regime, the bed sheets, the linen, all those are exempted for purposes of promoting tourism. So to suit in this fourth National Development Plan, there is a big incentive regime. We shall share with you this documentation. I'm sure Uma has a joint email group where we can share this information for purposes. So you just approach URA and these exemptions will be given to you. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Elinathan, and another round of applause. Information sharing is key, and we need to know where these issues are. Thank you very much, sir. So we have had where to go when we would like to invest. And we want to thank you for being always with us in the room. I think URA is one of the MDAs where we sit on a regular basis and try to sort issues out, even when they are tough. May I inform our guest of honor and ladies and colleagues that actually we have just finished a whole 3 weeks tax clinic with our colleagues from URA at UMA. Every Wednesday, the whole day, they have been there. At least for 4 or 5 weeks, they have been there. So it is not that we are alien to them or they're alien to us. We are doing all what we can, despite the challenges, to maneuver this economy. We have had the good news. We need to get the caution. And our partners at Ernst & Young have prepared for us a little bit of caution to take with us as we move in these areas. Yes, Prosper, you're very welcome, but please redeem the time for the days.
Thank you, Alan. All protocol observed. My name is Prosper Ahawe. I am an Associate Director in Tax with Ernst & Young. I'm really honored and delighted to stand before you today in this manufacturers dialogue. And in this discussion, I'll be raising some aspects concerning or shedding light on some aspects concerning the tax amendments for FY2024, FY2025. Ernst & Young are certified public accountants. We do audit, we do tax, we do consulting, and information technology risk services. And we're really proud to be associated with UMA, and we appreciate the partnership that we have with them. As we delve into the amendments, one joke I had is that I believe we should all pay our taxes with a smile. I tried, but they wanted cash. So the smile quickly fades away when URA comes knocking for cash. The amendments that we are going to be looking at took effect on 1st July 2024, and they cover the Tax Procedure Code Act amendments, they cover income tax amendments, they cover VAT amendments, excise duty amendments, and stamp duty amendments. I will only focus on a few. There were many, but there are just a few that I'll focus on. So the President did assent to these acts on the 15th of July, making them law. And that means we're supposed to be complying with these laws effective immediately. These measures are put in place to enable URA collect more taxes. We saw in the budget speech of the Minister of Finance that URA has got a revenue target of 29.3 trillion. And this is growing from last year's performance of about 27.4 trillion by 7%. So we're likely to see an increase in URA's focus on the amendments and how it can leverage on those amendments to actually collect as much revenue for government, to fund the government budget, which then provides for us the social goods and services that we need. The manufacturers want infrastructure, we want healthcare, we want education, and all that needs to be funded somehow. Therein comes the taxman. Of course, our tax to GDP ratio is still low. We are around getting 14%. So URA feels they can collect more from everybody. And taxes are just contributing about 40% or 41% of our total budget this year, meaning we are funding our budget largely from debt, whether external or domestic debt. And therefore, URA is going to be pushing to ensure it meets its quota to fund the budget. Short of that, government has to borrow. And that, we already know there is a squeeze. So moving into the Tax Procedure Code Act, what are we seeing there? The Tax Procedure Code Act generally governs how tax is administered, assessments raised, registration of taxpayers, objection and appeals processes, and things like that. This act actually impacts on a variety of tax heads all simultaneously. It will impact on income tax, together with VAT, together with excise, all domestic taxes almost at one go. So the amendments therein should be looked at very, very seriously. We're seeing that if a manufacturer or any other person has damaged goods or has to destroy goods, they will need to have authorization, more or less, or notification to the commissioner, which is URA, in writing. And a form is going to be circulated by the commissioner. I'm not sure whether it will be in the returns themselves or a different form, but what is coming out is that the persons who destroy their damaged stock, either due to expiry or due to obsolescence, these persons will need to have a form that is filled and information furnished to the commissioner. If this is not done, then the cost of the write-off of this stock will not be an allowable deduction for income tax purposes, for example, or if there are claims and credits or refunds to be obtained on account of that, that will not be enjoyed. So these processes have always been there, but now they are being codified and put in law, and therefore we need to take note of that. On the waivers, we want to appreciate the Ministry of Finance for considering waivers. Since 2020, that was COVID time, we've seen a number of waivers coming in. In 2020, there was a waiver for interest and penalties outstanding as at 30th June 2020. Last year, we had another waiver on waiving of interest and penalties if the tax that is outstanding as at 30th June 2023 is paid by 30th or 31st of December 2023. There was that waiver, and now, effective 1st July 2024, there is more or less an extension of the waiver that we had in 2023, where we're now giving more time to taxpayers between 1st July 2024 and 31st December 2024, if they pay the tax outstanding as at 30th of June 2023, this interest and penalties will be waived. And where it is done proportionately, then there will also be a proportionate waiver. I think the question that we must ask ourselves as we reflect on waivers is, are waivers encouraging compliance by businesses and taxpayers, or are they subsidizing non-compliance? There was a complaint in 2020, because it's being implemented through the e-tax ledgers, that the compliant taxpayers were not actually benefiting from these waivers because of the allocation rules in the Tax Procedure Code Act that allows you to allocate payments of taxes to the earliest liability first, being interest or principal interest and penalties that arose first. So compliant taxpayers, in a way, do not seem to have those taxes outstanding. It is the non-compliant ones. Could it be that the non-compliant ones may wait for more waivers in order to come and comply? But this is definitely helpful for many taxpayers. It has also encouraged other taxpayers to actually comply with the laws. Moving on briefly to income tax. There are a number of income tax provisions, but I'll just focus on, I think the slides person is moving much faster than me. I'll just focus on a few where there are some exemptions. The previous speaker, Mr. Uru, talked about what happens in case of disposals, capital gains, and what is the policy that we are seeing in terms of amendments. I think this amendment to exempt the incomes of private equity or joint or venture capitalists that are regulated by capital markets authorities a welcome amendment, and with it there's exclusions of capital gains. So this help indeed to source funding for business expansion and the like. So we know that in this country, raising capital is a very, very difficult thing, and commercial bank rates are really high. There's, of course, an exemption for the manufacturers of electric motor vehicles, electric batteries, charging equipment, and operators of specialized hospitals. So these have come into the Act, and then investment in this area, in manufacturing, especially in electric vehicles, as we go green and try to make sure that we are aligned and managing our climate. There were a number of changes in the international tax space, but I can't delve into them, but this is just for you to know that the definition of branch has changed and has been replaced effectively with a permanent establishment definition, which aligns more with the OECD definitions, the Model Tax Convention definitions, and UN model definitions, convention model definitions around permanent establishment. So those that register as branches in Uganda then will have to comply with this regime. And within it as well were rules for the deductibility of certain costs like, or barring of deductibility of certain costs like royalties and patents, and royalties, patents, things like commissions, interest, if it's from the head office, those kinds of costs, transactions between branch and head office will not be allowable deductions. Also, the other way around, if the branch is earning incomes from the head office of that same category in terms of revenue and commissions and management fees, those revenues will not be revenue of the branch. So that is important for us to note. From the insurance perspective, I had the sum insurers here, the payments of insurance premiums to foreign persons, if the insurance premium relates to, or insurance relates to risks here, that is now classified as income sourced in Uganda, and it will be subject to tax in Uganda. Withholding tax obligation has been triggered. I think on income tax, as I close that, the questions we want to ask the policy people and things they should consider. We've seen a number of changes, not this year, but last year and also the previous year, which we believe are impacting businesses, like the carry forward of losses being capped or being forfeited, 50% of them being forfeited if they are carried forward for 7 years. I imagine we're attracting investment and we want to invest. These investments may be about $35 million, $50 million investment. Are they really going to turn around and get to their payback period within 7 years? Or then will we be taxing the losses that they are making, which is effectively capital? This is something the policy people. The repeal of initial allowance, which we saw last year, is also something, an incentive which many businesses actually were using to enjoy and attract investment here. But this has been repealed. And I think this is a disincentive in a way, because if you had imported or your manufacturing equipment and that capex gives you a 50% deduction in the year that you put it to use, I believe that is a very good incentive, so that we're not taxing the businesses ahead of their time of profitability. And I think lastly is the area of interest capping. Interest capping. We have a provision if an entity is a part of a group and they are part and they borrow, whether they borrow within the group or they borrow commercially, then that debt, the cost of interest to them, if it exceeds 30% of their tax EBITDA is disallowed. Given the high rates of financing costs for businesses, I believe this should exclude commercial debt that is sourced from different commercial institutions. It can be focused on the intercompany debt, because there is room for having checks and balances between debt and capital investments. But for commercial debt, it's definitely arm's length. There is no reason to cap that. Moving on, that the auctioneer is deemed to have made the supply, and therefore the one who should go ahead and account for the taxes. This has since changed. Okay, thank you very much. For employers who go ahead to provide or supply goods to the employees, this has now been captured as a taxable supply. It then means that you should account for VAT on it. Of course, many of the manufacturers and many of the taxpayers have already been accounting for VAT on this as an application to own use, but this is to clarify specifically and perhaps distinguish between a supply that is made by an employer to an employee from an application to own use, where a business may be providing soft drinks, and it can use those drinks for marketing, but it can also give them out as Christmas gifts to its employees. If it does that, then those gifts that he's giving to his employees are actually taxable supplies. VAT should be accounted on them. A welcome change is on section 42, where your input VAT credit exceeds your output VAT. Now the threshold for carry forward has moved to 10 million. I think it's still low. It should move further ahead, but also this means that you can encourage people to go and get refunds as early as possible. Next slide, please. Next slide. We've seen amendments for in the first schedule of the VAT Act, which is exemptions. These exemptions mean that you don't have to account for VAT on these supplies, but it also means that you cannot claim an input VAT credit on these supplies. And if they are services and you import a non-exempt service, then VAT on imported services would impact you. So similar to what we saw in the Income Tax Act, if you are going in to supply electric vehicles that are manufactured here, or supply of frames for the manufacture of such vehicles, if you're going to have charging equipment, all that is going to be exempt. I think what is important to note is what is getting out of that list, because the moment it gets out, it means VAT will apply on it. And for the manufacturers, the supply of software and equipment installation services is no longer an exempt supply. So if you have foreign persons assisting you in the installation of your equipment and you're paying them for that service, then VAT on imported services will apply on that. I think for those in policy, this issue of VAT on imported services is a big issue for many businesses, and imported services are big cost for them. We need to look at how we can incentivize businesses in this area, because we've done it in the oil and gas. It directly affects the manufacturers. But move on, please. What we're seeing is definitions have come in place to clarify some things like what fruit juices, what undenatured spirits are, what vegetable juices are, and what powder for reconstitution of beer is. All these definitions are coming in to kind of clarify and create clarity for manufacturers. But following that, we see a number of changes within excise duty. What I've done, just proceed as you scroll, what I've done is just to highlight the change in the specific item and what is really changing. For the opaque beers, we're seeing a reduction in the ad valorem rate and specific rates of 10% and 150 per liter, which is, I think, a good change because it's taking that a bit down. But what for me is catchy is the powder for reconstitution into beer. This is a new product that is coming into the market, and we're seeing already we are putting there excise duty of 250,000 per kg. So the brands like the Chibuku brands that are trying to expand and fight illicit beers on the market will have to struggle more as government seeks to raise revenue. So there's a need, again, to strike a balance between when do I increase, when do I bring in this tax. The timing is very important. Just move on, please. These are mainly clarifications. On the stamp duty side, I'm pressed for time. On the stamp duty side, I think, again, aligned with what we saw in the income tax side, there will be nil stamp duty on nominal share capital for any increase in shares or acquired shares by investors in private equity or venture capitalist funds. So this is a welcome move, and it's really good for them to expand and come into the country. And we see also instruments that are going to be exempted for the manufacturers in the electric motor vehicle space in terms of debentures, mortgages, things like leases of land, and share capital are going to be exempted for these persons. So friends, Lastly is the transfers. In terms of transfers, again, focusing on the private equity and venture capitalist funds. If there is a transfer to or a transfer by any of those venture capitalist funds, that will not attract any stamp duty on those transfers, which is normally about 1.5%. So that is really, really what I had for you. And maybe as we close, I heard that the best things in life are free, but sooner than later, government will find a way to tax them. Thank you.
So a round of applause. Thank you, Prosper. That last quote is a little bit difficult to stomach, but we will go with it anyway. I thought you would say taxation is the price we pay for modernity, but since you have gone the other way around, it is also okay. Ladies and gentlemen, allow us to take a small breather. We have had so many speeches, and it's now allow me to welcome our very own steward to moderate a session of 2 to 3 minutes. Why 2 to 3 minutes? Is because we are speaking about taxes, but I do think URA has tried to answer and answer in all those sessions we have held. But there might be 1 or 2 questions. And we don't want people to say that you invited us for a dialogue and the people spoke and we never had a dialogue. So, Mr. Mwesije, you come and request for those 2 to 3 questions, and we go through this session. And with that, we will be able to close the session on taxation. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Alan, for driving us safely since morning. I greet you all in the name of economics. All our presenters, thank you very much. But I'm not hearing people clapping when presentations are made. Are we hating taxation so much? Can we clap harder, at least for ourselves, to have been here this long? I think it's a learning process, and this is continuous. Technology is evolving, manufacturing is evolving, our standards of living are following suit, and things are better and better, and we are looking forward to having the best, of course. At one time we had only Entebbe Airport, but now there is a Kabalega Airport also in Hoima. There is oil coming. Tourism is expanding. I met my sister who makes water and puts some things and brews things that make people happy. Her sales are growing. Even during COVID, she made profits. Our Excellency says when he wants 1 shilling more, he just adds it on that bottle and the funds will flow. That is not to say that I'm not mindful of my other sister who is doing the sweet beverages. But all of us taking this economy forward together, and more so that the security situation is a very fertile investment area. We thank the governing body, and more so that we can come in such a place and be able to talk freely. So Alan, without taking a lot of the 3 minutes you said, who is moving the mic? I will moderate only 3 questions, and I'm very certain that our intellectuals from the Uganda Revenue Authority will be able to respond. If there are more questions, of course, which we can't answer right now, we can always send them to UMA, or we can actually send them to Ministry of Finance, or we can send them to Uganda Revenue Authority. Can I have the first 3 hands that have concerns? Please be precise. We are thinking of questions, but as well you can have an observation, a compliment. Let's not be complaining people all the time, but it shouldn't stop you from pouring your heart. Yes, madam.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Rita Achen from Jibu Corporate, and I think the moderator earlier on said we've come here for hope. I would like to add assurance as well. My question falls under excise duty. Coming from an industry that works a lot with local entrepreneurs, their questions, their concerns lie with the new increment on the local excise duty, which has doubled and totally wiped out whatever profits they could think of. And the question is, what's the justification for doubling? Why not increasing by even 10%? Why all the way 50%? The justification I've read in this book is for equity. And equity to who, how? We still have 81% people who lack access to safe and clean water. We're talking about equity. It leaves a lot to wonder, where at the end of 5 years, NDP4, with that increment, how many will lack access to safe and clean water?
Thank you. Ladies, yeah, it's okay.
Thank you so much. My name is Sandra from Pelere Group Limited. My question is to Customs. He gave us an outline of so many goods which are exempted, but from what the Commissioner talked about earlier, for us to be competitive, especially in Uganda, you're going to realize that we have a need of packaging. And for us to get most of this excellent packaging, we have to get it from abroad. And it's a little bit costly because we are charged all taxes, all sorts of taxes on this. So I would ask the Commissioner, what could you say about this? Because we really are competing, but it's really not a favorable environment for us to compete with other counterparts from other, out of the region, plus also Uganda. Then also you exempted some machinery, but I still believe there are some other machineries that can still be exempted. Because like you find, like us in manufacturing, we are importing different machinery every single time in and out. And I still think that you can still elongate that list to include some of us that have those machineries coming in. Otherwise, thank you so much, and we look forward to more.
Thank you. Anyone from this side? There are 2 gentlemen this side. Hey. Wow. Now. Okay, we'll stop at those 2. After you, there are 2 gentlemen this side.
Thank you, moderator. Like you told us to not mention only the bad things, I'll start with a celebration of the excise duty exclusion that we recently got. I'd want all of us to give a hand clap to the Uganda Manufacturers Association and as well the government for helping us in that regard. So 2 issues, again standing in as the sector head for beauty and personal care. So in terms of the benefits, the tax benefits that have been stated, and I think it came in a bit from my colleague in terms of the machines. When you look at the sectors that have been classified, beauty and personal care has actually been left out fully, with only a light mention of soaps, but that is just a single product. But when you look at this sector, these are heavy duty manufacturers, and we have not been classified right in terms of the income, in terms of the tax policy amendments, and that is our biggest request to URA, that let us understand the classification of beauty and personal care products. It's wider than being placed in pharmaceuticals and chemicals, soaps, pulling out things like toothpaste, we believe that if we are classified right, most of these things are also going to come to us in terms of benefits. We have mentioned in terms of machines, we've also seen that a set of machines have been highlighted. Again, the beauty and personal care manufacturers are having some of the biggest equipments in this market, and also with plans to import even more. So we are requesting for an understanding and appreciation of the sector for us to be able to tap into most of those benefits that have been highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you. This side, I don't think we are going to finish these hands. If only we can be very precise, then we can have 6 questions.
I'm Philip Sechimpi, the National Chairman of Uganda Tailors Association. First of all, let me thank the URA to exempt in our area of textiles. But my question is, they didn't mention about the accessories, because textiles goes with accessories. I think we should consider that, because you may find that our products may raise up because of the accessories. And another issue, also you are not stopping having this kind of forums, but also outside there to interpret these exemptions so that everyone gets to understand the exemption.
Thank you. I think Mr. Mubiru has had the issue of accessories. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Chika, Director of Garwana Industries. My contribution is on the exemptions, VAT exemptions. Now, as manufacturers, when you import goods that are even exempted, zero-rated on VAT, when they expire and become waste, URA puts VAT on the goods that you are going to destroy. So we would request that the same status should continue. If I've imported zero-rated goods on VAT, when they become waste and I'm going to destroy, they shouldn't attach VAT at that point. Number 2 is on the importation of waste vehicles. If you are going to carry waste, URA has its own values. If you imported a truck of around 10,000, URA will value it at around 20 or 50,000 and make you pay even more money than the price you bought the vehicle. And in order to attract more investors into waste management and waste transportation to avoid the Chitezi disaster, I think the waste vehicles should be exempted from tax. Thank you very much.
This gentleman here, yeah. Technology, technology, technology.
Thank you. I think my issue was on the first issue, industrialization is a long term. So as we plan, I know URA has got a target, at time they want to correct. Can we put in place proper policy framework to support industrialization for the long term? Thank you.
And that led in African where? Is it a gentleman or
or both? Nakayenga Regina, my name's from Rena Beverages. I would request that in the exemptions you add on to the industrial paper for tea bag making. They are not exempted yet. Then for the juices,
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you for this dialogue. I wanted to add on to the other madam who talked about the big bottle industry and the LED tax. Apparently, we now have to pay 50 shillings per litre, effective 1st of July. We're having trouble passing that on to our clients. There's a lot of resistance. And justification was equity. We understand the big bottle companies that are producing small bottles thought that we were getting an unfair advantage by producing cheaper bottles of water in the big bottles. But what was not considered is, for us, we don't pollute because we take our big bottles to the client with water. They take the water, we bring the big bottle back, and we refill the bottles and take them back again. But with the small bottles that are sent to the clients, it ends up in the drains as pollution and blocks the drainage. So we want consideration instead of some concession maybe on the big bottle industry. They charge us 25 shillings instead of 50 shillings to give us that chance to be competitive in that market. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. URA, I think maybe backed by Ministry of Finance, you can condense those issues. Where you need to do further consultations, we are open to dialogue. So it's not an exam that you must answer all questions in a given time. Who is moving the mic so that, or are you coming this side? I don't know. Which one is more comfortable for you?
Thank you very much for those excellent questions. Yes, we pick vividly the excise duty on water, and as UMA has intimated, we will be having tax clinics, and we'll invite our domestic tax colleagues so that we internalize these issues, and we should be able to give you appropriate answers. And if it requires also amendments, we can as well have the necessary amendments proposed to the Ministry of Finance for purposes of ensuring that we have more dialogue with our friend from Nena Beverages to ensure that we have this also addressed. Then Alan mentions that there should be a long-term industrial policy to support the industries. Yes, there are very clear policies. Like I mentioned earlier, there is a document we've shared on the incentive guides. The industrialization policy is very specific when it comes to plant and machinery, that we have VAT deferment. We also have a regulation that manages VAT deferment on plant and machinery that is brought into the country. Also, when you look at the National Development Plan 3, which now has been transposed to the National Development Plan 4, the industrialization policy is also clearly mentioned on which sectors government is actually putting emphasis. So it is on the record and in our incentive guide as URA, which is on the World Wide Web. When you access it, you're going to see the thresholds where VAT is deferrable, income tax is also catered for in that regard. Yes, the disposal of garbage or waste vehicles, there is already an exemption under the East African Community Customs Management Act for garbage trucks. The Nabugabo joint venture trucks, I'm sure you have all seen them. Those are tax exempt. You have a contract with the local authority to take this garbage or the waste that is being taken around for purposes of safe disposal. So there is already an exemption that is in that regard. Thank you very much, our friend from UTA, Tailors Association. Yes, government has exempted VAT on knitting machines. It has also exempted VAT on sewing machines. Those are the basic machines that are catered for under the VAT Act. Would like to have an interaction with you on a clear understanding of what these accessories are that you would also want included in the exemption. But for those who do the entire value chain, from knitting or weaving, the accessories have been catered for in this regard, and the value chain has the relevant exemptions, especially for VAT in this regard. And that also goes for spares. If UTA, you are arranged into an industrial arrangement, you can also have exemptions on your spare parts for these machinery that you're using in tailoring or manufacturing garments. Yes, thank you very much for appreciating the government exclusion I believe this is for plastics. The items that have been excluded by the Honorable Minister on plastics. Yes, the beauty and personal care products, still we can address it in the discussions we shall have in the tax clinics. Then for machinery, yes, machinery, we also have a very generous incentive regime for manufacturers in the cosmetics sector. The machinery can be deferred as long as it is of a value exceeding $22,500. I believe that's a reasonable threshold. So any equipment above $22,500 will benefit from VAT deferment. Packaging materials, our sister talks about importing from abroad, it is cheaper. Yes, we have a very vibrant packaging industry in Uganda. Many products that are manufactured here are packaged using local packaging materials. I'm sure in our midst there are some manufacturers of paper packaging, corrugated boxes. There are those who are manufacturing plastic bottles where we package our products. And we also have the wider East African community. When you import this packaging material from Kenya, it will be at 0%. So in this marriage that we are in as the East African community, we are promoting competition amongst ourselves. So if you could try to see our partners, our regional partners, and if you find it cheaper there, then you'll have a 0% import duty on these packaging materials. So we also encourage you that as we enter into the African Continental Free Trade Area, you can look at the other regional economic communities, the RECs, such as COMESA. We are also going to get into the African Continental Free Trade Area. You can still look at those markets and see whether you can be able to obtain cheap materials. So it's going to promote a bigger market. It's also going to put competition amongst us to lower our prices so that we are able to provide the final consumer the most competitive price for your inputs. GECO, yes, the excise duty still, we address it using our fora with UMA. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Just 1 minute. Thank
Yes,
you very
please.
much, Nathan, for that. Uganda Manufacturers Association has different sectors. And from the questions, it means you are not yet even clients for one another. What do I mean? If she's importing packaging material, and there is someone making packaging material, you are all members for UMA, but you are not clients for one another, then we need to up the dialogue. Because you should be telling your colleague you are manufacturing packaging material, but my industry requires this. How do you start making it so that I don't go abroad? So even within us, as you manufacturers, we must be clients for one another, because that is the intention of government.
At least in steel we are.
I just wanted to mention that
Yes.
even within, let us speak to one another. If you are producing, you are importing, tell your colleague what you want for them to make for you, and then it will make work easy. Thank you.
Exactly. Members, I want to thank you very much. Since you are showing many hands to ask questions and clarification, it shows you have been paying attention. And to echo what he's saying, I want to still re-emphasize that for us in the steel sector, we are customers to each other. So please, you can copy and paste for the good of UMA, for the good of our country, Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. I want to thank you very much. Alan, please come and take your vehicle forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Mr. Mesiga for leading us through that session. Allow us to make an interlude for the officials. Official ceremony has started. Without further ado, I'd like us to stand up for the official start of the ceremony with the anthems, and then I'll welcome the chairman. So let's have a raise up, and let's have Thank you very much. You may have your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the chair to invite the minister.
Our guests, manufacturers, all protocol observed. I wish to welcome the Honorable Kasai Opolot, the Minister of State for Energy, to our dialogue here today. Honorable Minister, we have been discussing issues relating to the budget and matters to do with the National Development Plan, and we have been dialoguing with the various parts of government. Some of the issues that have come up and are quite close to the heart of the manufacturers are power reliability, and that speaks to two things. It is power consistently to enable manufacturing, power not only consistent, but the right amount of power. So that deals with the fluctuations. And lastly, the cost of the power to enable the manufacturers or the goods produced to be competitive. A few of the manufacturers have had some benefits, those who are in industrial parks, and for that we thank government. A big round of applause for that one. However, the majority of manufacturers are outside of industrial parks. Because some manufacturers have been around, our oldest industrial park, Minister, is in Jinja, where industry has been for now, maybe perhaps since the 60s, because that's where initially they used to call the industrial city of Jinja, and some are still there. So these ones today cannot move to an industrial park unless we will move an industrial park to Jinja to cover them. So they have not yet benefited from the low cost of power. The other matter that is close to the hearts and came up by our discussants here today was what happens after February 2025, when the concession for Umeme is terminated. There are concerns because of the unknown, and the worry with manufacturers mostly is, as we speak today, we don't see any movement. We don't see anything moving in that direction. Honorable Minister, can you give some comfort to the manufacturers? What's the plan, and when can we expect to see the way forward in this particular area? Because without reliable, dependable, reasonable cost of power, manufacturing cannot happen. I welcome you, Honorable Minister, with those few words.
Good afternoon. I'm actually delighted with the questions that have been raised. And what a surprise. But I'm so delighted that I've actually been co-opted in the discussion.
because recently I was in some workshop, and the Minister of Finance actually came up with the growth factors. And they were telling me, you take a child to school, build the schools, and so on. The contribution to development of that intervention is somewhere around 4% or somewhere there. You construct a road, its contribution is just about the same level with that. And I was listening to them very attentively, and I was waiting for them to say, what about if you extend electricity? What is its contribution to development? And when they came to that turn, I almost jumped off my seat. They said, if you extend electricity to an area, its contribution to development is 10.2%, and it was top. That actually talks volumes. Where should we concentrate? And the questions that are being asked are actually contributing to that rating by Minister of Finance. Maybe Minister of Finance should have talked about that. And I know they are here. I will make mistakes because I never got the paper, and I will be demanding that I should have that paper, and every one of you should have that paper, such that when they are talking of the analysis, you actually know where they are coming from. The second thing, again, yesterday I was reading a newspaper, and Minister of Finance carried out a study again for last month. And we were talking this time about the increased trade, exports. And they came again talking about it. I was reading, but first of all, I was shocked when they said the contributors, electricity was one of them. And I've actually been doing things blindly, not knowing that I'm contributing directly to the exports of this country. That data is also available. I'm not responsible for it. Finance will elaborate on it, how electricity actually contributes to the exports, the growth of foreign earnings to this country. And little did I know, today I was going to be invited here. And I came to this complex not actually to discuss industries, and the manufacturers. I came here to discuss how can I answer the questions you have raised, because I was discussing with the East African Power Pool. And now this comes directly to inform the questions that have been asked. One is adequacy of electricity. I would want to assure everyone who is in this gathering, I have no doubt in my mind, I have adequate electricity to supply the industries. I'm saying this as I accompanied the president to West Nile to commission the grid connection to West Nile. Despite the time I left West Nile, I wanted to pass through Karuma. Karuma has been technically commissioned to generate 660 megawatts. And then I have other plants which are actually functioning. The power now generation in our country has hit 2,000 megawatts, slightly above. And then I actually get worried. What's the demand? What's our peak demand of electricity? It's hardly 900 megawatts. So I'll challenge you now as industrialists I'm seeing you as the major consumers of electricity. I have excess electricity, so this one should not arise. Secondly, Minister of Finance is telling me I can export. If you don't consume, I'll export. And that's why I chaired a meeting of the East African Power Pool, and I declared to them, I won't trade, I will supply you electricity. So I ask you to challenge me, use the electricity, because I'm now prepared to export if you exhaust what I have. But as a country, we have a dream to have over 52,000 megawatts by 2040. And this one arises from the vast potential of energy resources that we have as a country. We are only now focusing on one energy source, hydro. I will inform you that we have other vast resources. We are moving into solar. We have a vast resource of power, energy in solar. We have geothermal. We have wind. We can also generate using the gas that's going to come out of our petroleum industry development. And I'm not scared because we have uranium. I'm venturing to go into nuclear. I'm now challenging the industrialists to actually match what government is preparing for this country in energy supply. So adequacy, I'll assure you of that one. Reliability. Reliability of energy is a growing concern because they are quite contributors to this. One is constant generation. For now, I'll tell you, generation is done, and we have the plans to grow it. Reliability, the next thing is we must transmit energy from wherever it is generated to where it is going to be used. We are working on that one. That's why we are selecting specific industrial sites. West Nile is one of those areas which required power because it has got proximity to the market and also a potential for development of the industries. We are connecting adequate power to West Nile. Karamoja has got a big potential for use of electricity. We have delivered a 132 kVA line to Karamoja. I'm aware of the hardships the people of southwestern Uganda are having. The reliable power so far is up to Mbarara. I'm aware Kigesi sub-region is not getting reliable electricity power supply. But government is committed to change the status quo of Kigesi. And I bet before the end of this year, the transmission line to Kigesi, 132 transmission line from Chikagate to Kabale is going to be done. Many of you must have read in the newspapers the threat of people of Kigesi to go to demonstrate. This gives me an opportunity to assure them we are going to cover it. Now, what region doesn't have reliable electricity? Mbale Industrial Park, we are setting up a substation in Mbale, And we are not waiting for that to happen. We have actually got a mobile substation in Mbale for now, but we are not satisfied with that mobile substation. Jinja has got stable electricity. I'm only worried again on Albantine, Hoima, to provide adequate power for the development of our petroleum industry. We are also constructing a line into that area. But I'm also moving forward to improve my trade in electricity. Was the studies to take a 400 kVA to Kenya is complete, and we are connecting a line from Karuma, 400 kVA, moving to the east into Kenya. We have been supplying Kenya with a 132 kVA line. So we are building it to 400 kV. We are building a line to Tanzania, a 400 kVA from Masaka to Tanzania. And sooner than later, we shall be constructing a 400 kVA line to South Sudan. So it means if we don't use it, I would wish to emphasize charity starts at home. But I must be prepared to send whatever excess I have to the region, and that's why we are discussing with the East African Power. Those transmission lines are actually preparing us in case of anything. If there are any shortages, I should be also able to import electricity to meet the demand of industrialists. This is the assurance I would wish to give you on reliability. Cost of power. Cost of power for you, the industrialists, would wish your products to be competitive in the East African market. We are developing strategies to make your products competitive, but your challenge also be competitive in the quality. Be competitive in the quality. The price, because electricity is one of the cost centers driving the prices. We have various interventions. The first one is, I want to be competitive in the East African region on my power supply. If I can export it to Kenya, export it to Tanzania, what does it mean to you? Because cost of electricity is attributed to generation cost, transmission cost, and then distribution. If you are going to have one of the measures that we are putting in place is for you to actually tap power directly from the generation. It means you remove the cost of transmission. That tells you where we want to take you on reducing the cost of power. If you are close to a power generation plant, get directly connected. Remove the cost of transmission, and you'll pay the generation tariff to supply your industry. You know, he talked about some industries not being in the park, industrial parks. Let's not dwell on history. Let's look at the realities of today. There's declining power tariffs. Depending on your consumption of electricity, wherever you will be in this country, whether industrial park or outside the industrial park. The 5 cents which you have been hearing about is not only to industries which are in industrial parks. Wherever you are located, we look at your energy consumption curve. We have a cap up, a cap point. If you reach some consumption, even if it is outside industrial park, you get the 5 cents. I'll give you an example. Roofings has hit it. Roofings is not in an industrial park, and they are benefiting. Yogi Industries, as you move into to Jinja on Kayunga Road, they are close to hitting it. They are not in industrial parks. They are not in industrial parks. Your consumption will tell us whether you qualify to benefit from it, and government will help you to be there. This desire to make your productive, your products competitive in the region, we shall be addressing the cost of power to the industries. But most importantly, I'm going to throw again a challenge to you. I'm coming up with a law for electricity efficiency and conservation. We don't want wastage of power, and it's going to be a challenge to industrialists. That law will be in place before the end of this financial year. It has passed cabinet. I'm moving to parliament, and I'm very sure when it comes up, because of the strong desire to be competitive in your products, the law is double-sworded. One, it may penalize you for misuse of electricity. If you are going to get the equipment which are not efficient, I will be able to actually detect that you are abusing my power. I want my power to be used efficiently such that you get your products competitive in the market. Use of obsolete equipment is going to be penalized. Infrastructure development. If you are going to have a factory which is dark even during the day, I will know that you are misusing my electricity. I want my electricity for productive purposes. But where nature has got provisions for you to have electricity efficiently used, I will support that. We shall be inspecting your industries. We'll want where there is production, cooling must be natural as much as possible. There should be no use of electricity to cool when you can actually use ventilation to do it. Use electricity for lighting where you can have a translucent roof to bring light in and the windows in your place. We shall be testing your equipment. Use of second-hand things may be things of tomorrow. I'm also venturing to the use of second-hand vehicles. There will be a cut-off point because that's also energy consumption. So that law is also going to be in place soon. So that's the assurance I will wish to make it to you, manufacturers, on the good intentions of government to promote your industrial development and to consume Ugandan goods, but not only in Uganda, but dominating the region with our competitive products. I would wish to end there to answer the questions.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Another round of applause for the Minister. So,
thank you for that reminder. How could I forget to answer the question of umeme? I'll answer that one by telling you my experience. When I go to the ministry, the first thing which I did was signing the end of a concession for Jacobson. I didn't understand the ministry. And when it was put to me, I looked at the cost of thermal power generation, I looked at hydro, I saw where we are in developing electricity, hydro. Based on that one, I did not hesitate without understanding the ministry. I said, this is the end of this concession. Jacobson is a thermal generation plant that you saw, which was a standby. I said, hands of Ugandans. And that was a test. And when I saw UEGCL take it on, it gave me more confidence. The next concession which I signed to its end to was ESCOM. I signed it off. It is now in the hands of one of our own companies, and our children are running it. I'm signing off ending concessions for the small power distributors in this country. And the next one is umeme. Why should you worry about the end of umeme concession? I've studied it. Who is running umeme? More than 80% Ugandan boys and girls. What's the new product they have, which we don't have? What school did they go to? What school haven't I sent my scientists to and the economists? I have every confidence we shall do it. And this one is even better because we have time to do it and we have understood where we're going. All we needed is to build confidence among you. And what I've told you about the concessions that we have taken over should be able to give you comfort that we shall take you also on umeme. Did you know that the assets of umeme are our own assets? It's by our own company. I remove my assets, umeme will be no more, because they have been using my assets. Don't I have the manpower to take over and run the assets? I do. Don't I understand the technologies to supply electricity? I do. Now, what is remaining, and my intention, which should be exciting you, is actually to reduce the cost of power. I will not be able to reduce the cost of power if umeme is there. I will not be able to enable you to tap electricity from generation directed to your industry. Now the law provides for that. Umeme will say, pass it through my distribution line, and then I will supply the industrialist. I know there are only operational challenges. One good thing I would wish to assure all of you, umeme is not opposed to the end of the concession. Umeme is playing to the change of the game and get a better contribution to this country. We are not saying the private sector should not come into the energy sector. But the terms you come must be very clear, and they must be pro-Uganda. So please, Umeme can still come and have a discussion on new status. It is a concession, it is an agreement. When I went to church to marry, until death does us part, that's an agreement. Umeme's concession was 20 years, and the 20 years are over by May next year. We are engaging Umeme with our new company, which is going to take over. This is Uganda Electricity Distribution, to see how we can have a seamless end of the concession. Many of you will say, what about our children who are employed by Umeme? Am I going to import people who are qualified to do distribution? Where there is a Ugandan, you'll just march into a job in the new company. So please, my customers, my clients, have trust in your government. Your government is thinking about you. I'll tell you my experience. The part which I was worried about was procurement because of our procurement bureaucracy. I'm actually challenging the Minister of Finance and saying we may have to amend the law of procurement to enable me move as fast, and I must assume the private sector operations. Short of that, I'll tell Minister of Finance, since this is a company, it must play the game as a private sector. That's what I'm foreseeing. But good enough, the Minister of Finance is listening to me, and I'm following on, because the longest part of my life was technical. I'm very sure I can run to Minister of Finance at technical level, and we shall have a discussion to get this thing done. So that's what I can say about the concession, end of the concession. Concession is ending. Umeme can sit on the other part of the table. I'll set my terms, and it's my terms that we should play to. And my terms are Ugandan terms. It's pro-Ugandan and pro-development and transformation of the poor of Uganda. So that's my answer. Thank you for reminding me to answer that question.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Because of time, I'll request the board to come and take a group photo so that we can then move on. But thank you very much, everyone. Please, a group photo. The minister doesn't have so much time. I request the board to come, and then our guest of honor also to come and have that group photo. And as that happens, just wanted to give a reminder to the minister, the manufacturing sector consumes 70% of your electricity. So no matter what happens, they have to be worried. But they will be here, and we thank you very much. That is why you are seeing them giving those queries. The photographers, please, you do the necessary. Let us have all the chair, the board. Thank you very much. Hope there's enough space there. Yes. Eyes at the photographers. A small smile will also do. Thank you very much. All right. All right, then we'll have one more with the sponsors, please. The board can sit back, but the chair, please stay around so that you can have a group photo of the sponsors. Please, sponsors, very quickly. I can see the arrival. I can witness the arrival of the ED Uganda Insurers Association. You're very welcome. Yes, Mr. Chitenda, Movit, Pepscola, please all join in. Who else have I forgotten? Graphic Systems, Safal Group. All right. Is everyone around? All right. Thank you very much. Dr. Ian, you're missing in that photo. Thank you very much. All right, the photo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As the minister goes back, we'll prepare ourselves for the national anthems in reverse order, and then we will get on with the other one factor, which is the future of the economy. All right. It seems the minister has still graced us with a few more minutes. At this juncture, oh, okay, then before the minister goes, let's also, all right. We thought we would have the anthems before you leave, sir. So please, the anthems. Let's all rise. Thank you very much. So as the Honorable Minister is being escorted, so there is a small but very important session that we are going to go through now. We have spoken about taxes, and yes, that is good. But ladies and gentlemen, the future of manufacturing lies squarely in the National Development Plan 4. If we do not embed ourselves in the National Development Plan, we can as well say goodbye to the tenfold program. At this juncture, therefore, allow me to welcome Mr. Joseph Enyim in his role as man who is supporting to guide the development of this country, to give us an overview of where we are going in the NDP4. It is starting next year, and therefore we must know what is going to come. All what we are talking about is in line with the NDP4. Mr. Joseph Enyim, the floor is yours.
The Vice Chairperson for UMA, the board members present, and the members of UMA in the room, the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, should we say good afternoon? I bring you greetings from the Ministry of Finance. I'm wearing two hats today while I'm here, and so I'm speaking more from my technical role in the Ministry of Finance. The rest of the issues that the PSST has to communicate to you will come later as stipulated in the program. I just want to touch on a few things as a way of stage setting our engagement concerning the future. Number one, allow me congratulate you and to celebrate you for the resilience you exhibited in transitioning through the negative effects of COVID. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development did affirm in his delivery of the budget speech for 24-25 that we have turned that page. The economy is recovered from those effects, and we want to appreciate you for being resilient and carrying through the country. It's also the first time I'm interfacing with you as manufacturers this fiscal year, so allow me to say a happy new financial year to you. And to observe that the issues that were raised, I think they were well structured, and just to pledge that the ministry will take that and use it to have a further structured engagement with you. So the few things I just want to highlight, like I said, by way of setting the scene, is to observe that we are meeting today a few weeks after the Bureau of Statistics released the census for 2024. In a few weeks, we will be celebrating 62 years of independence. That translates on average to about 2 generations since we got independence. And we know that our life expectancy is aging towards 70. To be specific, it's at 68 now. And about 51% or so of our population is 17 years and below. That matters for you as manufacturers. I believe you need to pay attention to those demographics, because we can't talk about import replacement when those demographics are not there to support. Effective demand, disposable household incomes are a function of the quality of that population and the productivity of that population. And so I think it is befitting that the issue of skills did come up here today. And certainly, whereas the education system can generate people with qualifications to drive industry, you don't need only qualifications, you need expertise. And that is an avenue that we believe we have room for partnership. Under the new dispensation of planning, it is important that your R&D investments speak to the dynamics of this nation's population. The second point I just want to observe which the minister already alluded to, is that I think it's heartening that we are gathered here at a time when West Nile has just connected to the national electricity grid. Some of you may have already had this trajectory in your planning, but I believe that that is a new development that the manufacturing fraternity should pay very keen attention to, because of what it means in terms of the regional market, DRC and South Sudan, and even beyond. I also want to raise a related point, again to congratulate you as the manufacturing community. It has been observed that you consume about 70% of electricity. What has not been mentioned, and I'm glad that the Electricity Regulatory Authority is here, in December 2023, we registered a peak demand of electricity of about 980-something megawatts, compared to a peak demand of around 840-something in December 2022. That translates to an average annual growth rate of 17%. And whereas the Honorable Minister did celebrate the fact that he has excess electricity, at a growth rate of 17%, it means your generation has to double every 5 years. So the average consumption of electricity by industrial players last year was in the range of 9%, led of course by the large manufacturers. And so despite all the constraints the industrialists are facing in Uganda, the fact that your demand for electricity is growing that high says a lot about the confidence you are exhibiting in this economy, and we take that as a good signal. Number 3, which was also made during the opening remarks, is the fact that we need to be planning for companies that have a continental horizon in terms of their market planning. Africa today is still accounting for about 3% of global trade. And so it is important that we are able to celebrate local brands that are developing a continental character. And that is an arena that we are paying very keen attention to. I want to salute Movid. I think you're in about 8 countries. It's one of the local brands that has really expanded its footprint. I know we have some players in the iron and steel sector as well. But we celebrate you for reaching that far. The other interesting dynamic in the industrial sector which we need to pay attention to is 10 years ago, we were not really talking about any extra large industrialists in terms of energy demand. But when you look at the classification of UMEME's financials now, they recently released their reports. We have about 50 companies that are now consuming power in the category of the extra large. And that says that Uganda has stepped into the space of heavy industry. By stepping into heavy industry, it calls for a major transformation of the way we think about infrastructure planning. And that is something we are alive to, and just those of you who are investing in that space, we expect to be ahead of that curve to enable you to stay competitive. The other point I wish to make mention of is that security and macroeconomic stability is something that government continues to pay a very keen eye on, and I'm glad that you bore testament to the fact that the macroeconomic stability we are enjoying in Uganda is paying off. But why does that matter? When you borrow money, whether internationally or domestically, there is something priced in that money called country risk. And when prices are being computed, whether it is insurance, whether it is credit, the country risk factor plays in. And so I would just like you to appreciate that when we invest in the security of the country and in ensuring, we make tough trade-offs to ensure that there's macroeconomic stability. It is you that we have in mind because we are trying to bring down that profile of country risk, which feeds into the pricing that you eventually pay. Related to the issue of heavy industry, many of you are aware that we finally concluded the legal regime governing the mining and minerals sector, and the formation of the National Mining Company has also progressed. The Apex governance framework is already in place, and in this year's budget we provided some startup money for capitalization. That opens something which is important, an avenue for public-private partnership with you in an area that you have registered in this meeting as where you want to move, which is the primary industries. So I think that also comes to confirm something important. Finally, I would just like to observe that we are exploring avenues for the issue of export insurance. As you know, Uganda is a member of the African Trade Insurance, ATI. We are studying a few things, and soon we'll be able to come back to this fraternity with a solution that we believe will take us forward. I just thought those points are important for a broad context of the discussion. I look forward to coming back to deliver the PSST's remarks when the appropriate segment of the program permits. I thank you for your kind attention.
Another round of applause, please. Let's not get tired in this. It is about our future. We cannot get tired when it comes to the future. Mr. Inyimo has given us the direction. We are going to delve a little bit into manufacturing sector. You, us as manufacturers, find ourselves in a number of programs, by the way. And sometimes it can get confusing. In the old way of doing things, there was only 3 sectors: the industrial sector, the agricultural sector, and the services sector. Now we have quite a number of programs, and we find ourselves distributed in those different programs. So we find ourselves in science, technology, and innovation program. We find ourselves in our own program called manufacturing. We find ourselves in the private sector development program. Yes, also in the agro-industrialization program. So, as it may, because of the way the programs are situated, we have to deal with each of these program heads and know how we are going to be supported and how we can actually support. Remember, it's a 10-fold program. So we have 3 of our program heads here with us, and we have requested them to give us glimpses. We're just at the stage of development, so they are giving us glimpses of where we're going, and thereafter we will have our own NPA to crown it all, and then we close. So, from the STI program, Madam, you're very welcome. A round of applause, people. We are moving into science, technology, and innovation, and STI has supported us this far, even in our own trade fairs, and I'm sure they are coming back in this particular trade fair. So please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, and I'm Kathy Muumuza. As innovation, my title was also innovated. I'm a superintendent support services. We innovated director. And my role at the Secretariat is, at first I thought it was simple. I turn innovations into enterprises. So at first I thought it was an easy task. But thanks to platforms like UMA, I think it kind of makes it a bit easier. Okay, I'm going to quickly rush through this just to give you context of what we are thinking of in NDP4. We've just gone through a restructuring as STI for the past 2 years, and I think it's very key that you first understand what the restructuring is looking like, and then it's informing what we are doing in NDP4. I'm not sure where to point the clicker. Okay. So we are a secretariat, much leaner than a ministry. We're about 30 people. And in the directive that restructured us, science, technology, and innovation is looked at as a key driver for economic growth. We've done some research over the past 2 years, and this is true. At least 50% of global economic development is attributed to science, technology, and innovation. There is a new national science, technology, and innovation, which is now I'm going to abbreviate as STI, not the disease, system, and one of the key players is private sector. This came about the fact that government has funded innovation over the years, but it's not translating into industry. If you go to most of our universities, we have storage of a lot of prototypes that do not translate into industry. So we've been restructuring to see how do we move these to industry. And the goal for the new system is to grow the contribution of knowledge-based goods and services to the national economy by increasing domestic productivity, import substitution, and export of products resulting from science, technology, and innovation. And this is what we summarize as value addition. So one of the things that we haven't really looked into is that innovation is not complete until there is a product on the market. If you simply stop at prototype, that is not innovation, and that's what we've been doing for a couple of years. At university level, you have students create prototypes, but up until they go to a product at the end, innovation is not complete. So we have principles that we are following, and our tagline at the Secretariat is making Uganda the best. The complete thing is making Uganda as the best technologically advanced nation in the region. We made that very broad and very audacious goal after we noticed that our human resource is one of the most innovative in the region. Most of the companies that have innovated in Africa most of them have a Ugandan on board. And we, like the previous speaker mentioned, our target is to create at least some dominant brands in the region. And we believe that is doable. But we've had to analyze how do we do that. We've analyzed what does it take to get an idea to the market so that we are able to offer the support at the different levels. We have what we call the idea to prototype. This is where you have a lot of R&D in the universities, some companies that have R&D departments. you come up with a prototype. That's the output on the first phase. Now, this is very important because we've structured the support going forward in innovations along this journey. For phase 2 is prototype to viable product, and then phase 3 and phase 4. Now, you find that most of our innovators are stuck at phase 1. One is because most times they say funding, but that goes beyond that, because even funding has to be structured in the manner that it supports them. You find that at phase 1, if someone takes a loan, it's not viable for them because they are trying out. What are the chances that that prototype will indeed turn into a product? So even how we structure the funding, you find that at phase 1, we'll give you a grant because we are risking. You might work, you might not. And most times that grant has to come from government. Then phase 2 is case in point Chira Motors. They've taken their prototype to a viable product, but you still find that how we support them has to be a bit different. We'll give them a bit of grant, government capital, because they're still assessing. But they're moving to phase 3. And even the support that we're giving is different. Now, Uganda manufacturers or manufacturers in the nation are very key from phase 2 to the last phase. We have innovations that sometimes the innovator, it doesn't need for them to set up a whole production line. They could probably repurpose another, maybe contract manufacture. For example, there is a product we launched last year, Pombegard, the anti-hangover. And when the innovator came to us, they were thinking of setting up a whole production line, but that funding is quite high. So what we did is we quickly looked through the manufacturers we have within the country and assessed who has a production line that can quickly give us a product. And we've been able to at least cut that cost of them setting up a production line. They'll get to do that maybe when their orders are enough to fund a production line. So this is what we use as our Bible to assess even the support, the policies, the financing that we give. So you'll hear, if you come to STI, whether for funding or anything, you'll hear us mention that idea to market journey. In the new restructuring, we also got what we'd call priority areas. They might seem a lot, but we thought we are splitting them into what you'd call new economy and old economy. And I'll explain that ahead. So you've heard about pathogen. His Excellency talked a lot about that during COVID. And we've interacted with most of you. We've been able to at least make diagnostic kits. Some of the kits you're using at Mulago have been locally made and developed. We have mobility, aeronautics and space. We have industry, infrastructure, and then the last 3 which cover the value add. This is our strategy going forward, which is informing our NDP4. We have new economy and traditional economy on the top. Then we have what we call the pillars and then the principles. Now the new economy, they're not new globally, but to us they are new because we've not had a lot of work done in that sector. For example, developing aeronautics products. Most of us think aeronautics and space is just about the satellite. But there's a lot of products that have been developed. Most of you pay for, you don't even know that you pay for the data you get on weather because we don't have our own data. But you find that it's a lucrative business that we can develop. So these are the prioritized value chains in the new economy. And in traditional economies where we pick up what we've been doing, the agriculture and So we want to turn peasantry into subsistence. For example, we have, I think we're supporting some of the companies that are already manufacturers, but you find that when you evaluate their value chain, the raw material at some point, if they grow to a certain capacity, they won't be able to have inputs of raw materials. So you need to turn peasantry and subsistence into commercial. And the fastest way you can do that is through innovation. This is a brief about what we are targeting in value addition. You have local manufacturing, we have improvement of systems, we have reverse engineering, and then innovating new products. One of the products that I'm particularly excited about is the Toke flour. I think it has been downplayed a lot. Toke can do for Uganda what wheat did for Europe. We are now exporting about a ton of it to South Korea, so we wanted to understand what does South Korea use it for. They use it for baby food. And they told us they prefer it because of the high starch content that it has. And we've also set up a group of young chefs to innovate around Toke. And they've been able to do a chapati strictly from Toke flour. And it's tasty. And they're doing a lot of other products. Now, Toke is something that has been traditional for most of us. But if you're able to get an industry like Toke and innovate around it, where it's able to take on a lot of more people, then you find that you can create a very key economic output out of something that has been traditional. For NDP4, there are 4 objectives that we are looking at. Okay, sorry. This is my last slide. I'm not sure which way I'm pointing, but okay. So for NDP4, our objectives, these are non-stuck cast in stone, because even as I speak right now, the team is still developing interventions. But one is to develop STI infrastructure. One of the key infrastructure we want to develop is the co-shared spaces. For most of the innovators, it's very expensive for them to even access where they can try and develop products and prototypes. But also mass production infrastructure, which that is where the private sector and manufacturers come in. We also want to support technology development, transfer, industrialization, and commercialization. I think that speaks for itself. We want to develop industrial STI human capital. One of the things we've noticed is our education system equips us for raw material production. It equips us for consumption. For example, all doctors are taught how to prescribe medicine to you, but they are not taught how to develop medicine. So if you get a doctor right now and tell them to develop medicine, there is what we call a black box of that value add in most of the sectors that are key. So we are intentional about developing industrial STI human capital, and how we are doing that is we get some of our projects, we throw you in the deep end until you develop a product. That's what we did for the COVID vaccine. Chances are it will work, it won't work, but they'll get the knowledge for the next one. To engender an STI ecosystem that facilitates industrialization, we are very keen on developing industries. And some of the programs we have in there, which some of the companies here are under, we have the Invest and Market Readiness Program. We'll bring the investors to you, we'll bring the buyers to you, we facilitate everything. And the first cohorts that we did, we brought in investors. All together, they were worth about $200 million US. But we only got investment of $500,000 US. So we went back and asked them, why didn't you invest? And we found that most of our companies do not qualify for foreign investment because of just a bit of streamlining. So under the Investor Readiness Program, we support companies. We'll pay for your legal, we'll pay for your accounting, we'll pay for training so that you're able to pitch and get investment. We are also under there looking at packaging. We've noticed packaging is a very huge problem. We took some of the products to, and for us this is research. We also had research at UMA. We asked why aren't people buying products, both locally and internationally, and packaging is one of those issues. Now, to some people it's easy. They say, okay, we have packaging companies, they should make for us packaging. But there's a whole value chain. For example, we don't have packaging engineers in the country. We're just trying to train some in South Korea, but there's a whole industry and a whole value chain under that. Then we also want to mobilize investment for the idea to market. Government can fund the first stage, but the later stages need to get investment from private sector. And then, of course, the legal, institutional, and regulatory framework. Like I mentioned, we are still working on specific interventions, so there's room for you to input, although that room will close maybe by end of this week. Apologies. But we can always get feedback from the team. Thank you so much.
Round of applause for Kathy. And we will gladly accept to have the feedback and the input. Otherwise, we might be developing the NDP4 for the government and not for the private sector. And alas, we will not achieve the tenfold growth that we so desire to achieve. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very cognizant of the time, and therefore, without further ado, allow me to welcome Mr. Anthony Mwanje to take us through the private sector development program. Again, the contextualization and where they are going. At least I can proudly report this one, ladies and gentlemen, we have been part of. I think this is we have had 6 meetings, and we have been part of it. Please, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope my presentation is going to be shared shortly. But as the moderator said, I'm Anthony Chintumwanje. I am head of the Secretariat for Private Sector Development Program, sitting at the Ministry of Finance. I think one of the presenters here referred me to being the head of the Private Sector Development Unit. I just wanted to confirm that no, I'm not head of the Private Sector Development Unit. My sister, Diana Nanono, is the head of that unit, but for me, I head the Secretariat for the Private Sector Development Program. As our Secretariat is looking for the presentation, I think without wasting time, I should straight away start talking about the Private Sector Development Program, which is one of the 20 programs of the NDP3, and it is also going to be one of the 18 programs of the NDP4. And the Private Sector Development Program, its main goal is to increase competitiveness of the private sector. Oh, okay, here you go. I need support on where to point this. Oh, okay. So this is how my presentation is going to run, and it is all based on the theme that we are given. So we will first of all talk about what the Private Sector Development Program is for you to understand it better. We shall give you a brief. Then I will give you a brief on the Private Sector Development Program in the NDP3, because we are still running under the NDP3. As we run into the NDP3, going into the NDP4, we still have some challenges that we are going with in the NDP4. So I will share briefly those challenges that we identified, and then I will give you a brief on the PSD program priorities and interventions, the draft ones that we have in the NDP4, and we will also talk about our expectation from you, the manufacturers and all stakeholders here. Okay, about the private sector development program, we have a goal. This is as in the NDP3, and our goal is to increase competitiveness of the private sector to drive sustainable, inclusive growth. And we have 5 objectives under our NDP3, which is to sustainably lower the cost of doing business, to strengthen organizational and institutional capacity of the private sector to drive growth, to promote local content in public programs, and strengthen the enabling environment and enforcement of standards, and to strengthen the role of government in unlocking investment in strategic economic sectors. That's what we have been preoccupying ourselves with during the NDP 3. We have institutions that constitute the private sector development program. So when I am here, I'm actually talking for them. I'm not an implementer, but I'm talking for these institutions. The main institutions being the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and all the others, IRA, Microfinance Support Center. I'm a bit disturbed that many of those institutions are not yet here. This is a manufacturers' dialogue. You probably have issues that you want to directly talk to them. So maybe next time around we may have to consider having them. We have previous achievements. Because of time, I may not go line by line, but there are things that we have achieved during the NDP3. For example, through the financial inclusion pillar, PDM circles have been funded. Every financial year, we send about 1 trillion Uganda shillings to the PDM circles in the parishes, and this we have done through in the last 2 years. We're also going to do it during this year. And then we also have capitalized government institutions through the private sector development program. That is the likes of Uganda Development Bank, the Post Bank, and then Emioga and many others. And through just capitalization and supporting the private sector through sending them funds, we use about 70% of our private sector development program. So those first 2 are very, very important. Again, the private sector development program through the Uganda Investment Authority, we have about 11 out of the 25 industrial parks which are operational. The others, we are working on making sure that they are all fully operational. We have acquired more land for our for more industrial parks, and this land has been acquired regionally. Every region, at least there will be an industrial park. We have private free zones in the country, and these are about 31, which have spread in the country, as you can see. And I think the Secretariat will give you details of this. So in the 2024-25 budget, the one we are currently running, what are the priorities for the private sector? Again, our top priorities is capitalization of the PDM circles. That takes about 57% of our budget. Our budget is about 1.8 trillion, and about 1 trillion goes to PDM circles, 57%. Then capitalization of financial institutions and implementation of the wealth creation funds, such as ability to industrial parks. Construction of regional food safety laboratories is one of the things that we are working on under the private sector development program, and then enforcing of quality standards along the entire processing chain. As I said, quite a lot. Because of time, I may not go through, but they will share all this. One important thing to mention is that we already have a business development services framework, which we are also implementing, making sure that the capacity of MSM is enhanced through the provision of business development services. I will jump that in the interest of time. These are more achievements. But as I said, as we have those achievements, they are outstanding. This is now what is bridging from the NDP3 into the NDP4. We still have challenges that we have to work on. And some of the challenges include, for example, the low competitiveness, which is attributable to limited access to affordable financing, low entrepreneurial business acumen, inadequacy of shared infrastructure for production. The incubation centers are inadequate, industrial parks, etc. There is delayed payment of domestic areas, inadequate standards and duration of certification, and then limited access to appropriate technology, high cost of electricity. Some of these that are in red are not for the private sector development program to attend to, but they are still challenges that are being handled by other programs. That's why we put them in red. Then we have another challenge of limited access to markets or low export performance, which is again attributed to, these are some of the things it's attributed to: cumbersome customs and border operations, high logistical costs, limited access to export trade finance, low production and productivity, and some of these have already been mentioned by the chairman of UMA. I probably need not repeat them. We have a challenge which is outstanding still of high cost of doing business, the high cost and limited access to finance. The issues of power, the minister has articulated them. They are still a challenge, but we are happy to note from the minister that something is being done around that area. We have a challenge of high cost and limited access to finance, and that is attributed to the high cost of commercial bank operations, the high risk of borrowers, the profit motive of private financial institutions, government domestic borrowing, undercapitalization of public banks, low level of savings. All those in combination lead to the main challenge of high cost and limited access. We still have a challenge on local content. Despite the initiatives, reservation schemes have been developed, regulations have been revised, but there is still low uptake. There are very few, if any, of those the targeted institutions that have actually benefited from the reservation skills. And that means there's quite a lot for us to do as a private sector development program. And so why the local content remains a challenge is because of the restrictive requirements that we still have. There is low awareness about the incentives in local content, delayed payments. Members, these are not mine. We did a consultation with all the manufacturers, just like Alan said. We did a consultation, and it is out of that consultation that these challenges were compiled to inform the development of the NDP4. So just in case there is something missing, and as the previous presenter mentioned, we are going through a process of finalizing the program implementation action plan, where we are looking at the objectives and interventions and actions and everything. So just in case there is anything that misses out and you think it is very, very important for you as a manufacturer, and that thing that can be handled by the private sector development program, please let us know so that we don't leave you with... There is an issue of informality. There is large informality. It's a big challenge, and it is associated, it has, what causes informality? There are associated financial and time costs of multiple registrations, multiple taxes. A colleague has just shown me the number of licenses that one has to pay in the tourism area, high cost of regulatory compliance and others. And then, there is also an outstanding challenge. Again, I think the chair mentioned the issue of low utilization of installed capacity. There has been a research recently. The average utilization is 54%. It is worse with the manufacturers under Uganda Manufacturers Association. It is 36%. And at least for the Uganda Small Scale Industries Association, it's about 67%. But overall, the capacity utilization of industries is 54%. And as you can see, UMA manufacturers, they are really not scoring well. And this is a recent research, and that should be a concern for everyone, because if capacity, just by making sure that we move from 54 to 80%, I think that will make a big change in the country. So we have that as a challenge, and we note it, and I hope other programs have also noted it. And that is attributed to limited market or insufficient demand. There's competition from similar products. There is high cost of production inputs, poor transport infrastructure, and inadequately skilled employees. So, as I said, I was bridging once we have the NDP3, the outstanding challenges as we go into the NDP4. Now, these are highlights of our NDP4, and I am talking this with a lens of private sector development. There are many that fall outside private sector development, but they are handled by our sister programs. So under NDP4, what are we looking at in the private sector development? And I want you to note that these are still drafts, not fully confirmed, and you're free to make any suggestions. So our goal will almost remain the same in the NDP4, and that is to increase private sector competitiveness to drive sustainable, inclusive growth. And our objectives as a private sector development program are 4. That is, again, to make sure that we sustainably lower the cost of doing business, increase market access, presence, and competitiveness of Uganda goods and services, again, promote local content, and strengthen the organization and institutional capacity of the private sector. Those are our main objectives, and that is what is going to preoccupy us in the 5 years of the NDP4. As we implement those objectives, we have results that we are looking at. At the end of the NDP4, these results, we should see them. We should see lower and affordable lending rates. We should see increased lending to key growth sectors, the ATMs. We should see increased long-term financing to the private sector, reduced logistical costs of doing business. We should see reduced time and cost of businesses to obtain permits and licenses, increased access to finance, increased value of exports of goods and services. We should see reduced volume and the value of imports, import substitution, enhanced trade facilitation services, enhanced investment promotion and facilitation, increased the local farm participation in public investment programs, increased functionality of business associations, reduced informality, and increased competitiveness of MSMEs. Those are the results that we intend to see. Right now, what we are doing is to develop indicators. One of the persons that presented here said what is not measured is not done. We are not just going to leave it at that. Right now, we are making sure that we have very good indicators, very good targets on which our performance is going to be measured in the next, in the NDP4 period. Now, we have interventions, key interventions that we intend to implement over the NDP4 period. And these are ranged per objective. On the objective of sustainably lowering the cost of doing business, we are looking at increasing access and affordability of financial services, capitalizing and strengthening UDB, UDC, and public banks to provide low-interest loans, strengthening and fully operationalizing the financial inclusion pillar of the PDM, implementing a strong consumer protection measures, and developing and implementing credit information systems that should facilitate responsible lending and borrowing, promoting financial stability. These are high-level interventions. We are going to develop actions that are going to help us realize all these interventions. And as I said, we have over 30 institutions, key institutions that play a role in all these objectives and all these interventions. So we are really set to make sure that we do all that it takes to deliver the private sector development on increasing market access, presence, and the competitiveness of the Ugandan goods and services. The key interventions that we are looking at during the NDP4 include leveraging economic and commercial diplomacy to negotiate targeted markets for exports, provide proactive and decentralized services to the private sector through a one-stop center, establishing logistical centers and services such as storage and distribution to support value addition. We intend to continue constructing the industrial parks. Earlier, I mentioned that we have got land spread all over the country in the regions of the country. So that land for industrial parks, we need to construct them and operationalize them. We're going to promote certification of MSMEs for market access, and we'll also undertake strategic investments to de-risk trade in volatile markets like Southern Sudan, DRC, etc. This is something that again was mentioned. It is on the agenda for NDP4. So then we'll have also to organize networking events and conferences and seminars, etc. Moving forward on local content, I'm getting a warning here, but soon I'll be finishing. On local content, the key interventions to build and strengthen the capacity of local contractors and companies to mainstream and implement the local content in free zones, strengthening monitoring of local content, and developing and implementing a holistic local content policy, legal and institutional framework. Again, earlier there was something that came out on the legal the institutional framework of operationalizing local content. So this is one of the things that we have in plan. On the last objective, which is strengthening the organization and institutional capacity of the private sector, some of the things that we want to do is to make sure that we roll out the business development services to support SMEs and industrials and industrialists and business establishments. As I said, we already have the framework. We are now implementing. And then foster partnerships between universities, research institutions, and private enterprises to encourage innovation. It's going to be very, very important. And then establishing and supporting business incubation and accelerators that provide entrepreneurs with resources, mentoring, and workplaces. And we'll continue assessing the effectiveness of entrepreneur development programs. That's what we are going to do under the NDP4. And as I said, that is high-level interventions, but the detailed actions are already being drafted and finalized, and it's not too late. What do you expect from you? By us coming here, we also have expectations from you, the manufacturers, and some of the expectations that I can talk about for now is we expect you to participate in the private sector development program, in the planning, in the implementation, in the reviews and evaluations. Give us that feedback, candid feedback, research-based feedback, so that then we can go and improve whatever we are doing, okay? So that's, I think, supporting the implementation of the policies, reforms and interventions, timely, candid feedback. I already talked to that. And I think that is the end of my presentation. I thank you.
Please, a round of applause for Mr. Mwangi. I have driven him at such a high speed, you'll forgive, but it's all because of time. Colleagues, bear with us. It is written, you will know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Most of us are not aware. The reason as to why we have these programs here is that, for example, the budget of Uganda is 72 trillion. Billion? Okay. How much of that is procurement? 60%. Thereabout. And then we come complaining that the government is not supporting us. How shall we know if we don't listen in and know how to participate? Allow me, therefore, in a space of 5 minutes to crown this all with the summary of NPA. I know it's time, but I've requested that NPA, as the owner of the NDP, come and give us a summary of that all in just 5 minutes. Then we can close. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Point of correction, we are not the owners. The plan belongs to all of us. It is for Uganda. So we are just the custodians of putting it together, consulting, and all that. So I'm not going to refer to the presentation that I had prepared. All I'm going to do is, if I was to refer to it, I would just have gone to the conclusion, because almost all the messages have been given. I just want to give assurances on what the NDP4 has captured. It is like we are spot on. Looking at the areas of tax exemption that URA spoke to, it is aligned to the various areas on value addition, because this plan is moving towards adding value in almost each and everything that we are targeting. So we are aligned from that angle, although I'm aware of the other areas that you are pointing out. So that discussion, I think, is with the ministry and the taxing body. Dr. Ezra, the executive director, spoke of industry as not being processing. This one, we got it from the onset, and I think the way we are planning, our industrialization or industry is more beyond even the manufacturing. So you have the utilities bit, your utilities, that is water, electricity. We have the manufacturing itself. You have agro processing, simple value addition. So all this could constitute, including adding value to our minerals. So we are aware of that in the planning. So if we are going to look at the manufacturing agenda within the development plan, it means that we have to look at what my sister presented around the STI, manufacturing itself, private sector development, agro processing, and all the other aspects. And that is the approach that the plan is taking. We are also targeting import substitution industrialization as our launch pad for the export growth. The commissioner here has told us that we should be aiming at developing industries or enterprises that also have a regional and global footprint. And that is why in the private sector development program, there is an intervention to do with ensuring growth and survival of enterprises, whether they are operating in the domestic market or in the foreign market. So that requires us to be a little bit deliberate on supporting the kind of private sector enterprises that we are having. Also, in the plan, we are deliberate and intentional about the efforts that are targeting household enterprise development and incomes. We have a number of wealth-creating enterprises. You should have picked it from the commissioner's thesis that you need to have household incomes such that we have disposable incomes, we have savings such that we are able to crown in or to lock in investment opportunities within the economy such that our manufacturers have a source of raw materials, have a source of the markets, and that is it. Then next, we know that the NDP4 is being treated as the first plan that is implementing the tenfold growth strategy. And the tenfold growth strategy has 4 anchors. We have agro-industrialization, tourism, minerals, that is adding value to our minerals, oil and gas, as well as the science, or having the knowledge-based products. So these, the same anchors that the NDP4 is riding on in order for us to achieve that faster growth that will take us to a higher level. We are also still cognizant of providing of an enabling environment in terms of, we cannot overemphasize this, in terms of the macroeconomic stability and a peaceful and secure environment. And next is we are also aware of the, or we are providing for structured dialogues and sustainable partnerships with the private sector, which is beneficial to both parties. For example, today we've listened in on the what the manufacturers are saying, and it gives me comfort for now that our articulation of the development issues, of the areas of intervention that the plan is trying to target is in line with what the manufacturers and the private sector is saying. Although I'm not saying that this is perfect, there is still room to improve and dialogue more for getting the facts right. And one last one is we have had issues to do with implementation. And one effort that we are putting in place that we want to strengthen going forward is to do with follow-up, without using the word monitoring and evaluation, being intentional in terms of following up on the implementation, such that we are able to arrest the situation if we are moving off track. We are doing the program-based planning and implementation. So what we need to do in this follow-up in a program-wise sense is to have all parties that are required on a given intervention to be able to answer or provide or account for what they are meant to deliver in a specified time. With those remarks, from the dialogue that we've had here, we have the private sector manufacturing issues well catered for within the development plan, but we will, at a certain point in time, we will come and validate the entire plan with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patrick, for giving that summary. Allow me, without further ado, to welcome the main sponsor to come and call upon the PSST to talk to us.
Alan, thank you so much for slotting me in. Much as I'm the main sponsor from the Uganda Insurers Association, and much as my role is just simply to invite the PSST to close, I think it will be a disservice to my industry if I don't say one or two things about what insurance is all about. So allow me to stand on the existing protocol and say that as the Uganda Insurers Association, we are proud of our partnership with the Uganda Manufacturers Association. This is the third year of us participating and sponsoring these dialogues. We've not only ended at sponsoring the dialogues, but we've also been able to partner on a number of other things through the MOU that we signed. We are currently undertaking a research, conducting a research on the spread of the manufacturing sector throughout the country, again to try and tap into the power of what UMA can do, but also then to be able to bring many more members into the fold of the manufacturing sector. Now, for us as the UIA and as the members that I do represent, if you look at the last 5 years, between 2018 to 2023, we've noticed tremendous growth in the insurance industry, and I'm glad that the PSST is represented, but also their colleagues of the PSST from the Ministry of Finance. Again, we applaud you for the support that you've given us as a sector. Our premiums over the last 5 years actually doubled from about 859 billion to 1.6 trillion. I think for me, this speaks to the confidence that the public out there has in insurance, the confidence that the manufacturing sector has in insurance, but above all, it speaks to the fact that insurance actually works. Because if over 5 years we've been able to double our production, I think it speaks to the fact that we pay genuine claims. And if we're not paying genuine claims, definitely we will not be seeing this kind of numbers. Talking about claims, 51% of the premiums that we receive, we pay in genuine claims. And if you see our growth rate over the last 5 years, averaging over 10%, with the non-life sector contributing 60%. And the bulk of the non-life sector is through the manufacturing sector. So for us, the manufacturing sector is a great partner of ours. The gentleman from the Ministry of Finance, I think you highlighted the life expectancy aspect, which is now 68%. This definitely for the insurance sector means that we need to be a bit more vigilant and urge the public out there to do more planning. Because if we are living longer, it's a good thing, but there are repercussions of living longer. It means that you will need a lot more, you should have saved a lot more for you then to be able to enjoy the life that you should enjoy in retirement, similar or closer to what you're enjoying while you're still working. Now, I alluded to the claims that we do pay. Over the last 2 years, and specifically for the manufacturing sector, we have paid several genuine claims. And I just wanted to bring out these numbers just to again allude to the confidence and the partnership we have with UMA. We paid a claim for a cement factory of about 12 billion shillings. One of your members, a mattress factory, recently had a claim. We paid about $5.7 million. A hydro project where we paid about $5 million. One of your other members, a sugar factory, where we paid about $10 million. Again, for me, as one that represents the sector, this speaks to the fact that we are creating a balance. You can imagine if a loss of $10 million occurred to a manufacturer and they didn't have a fallback position, which is insurance, where would they be? What does that mean to employment? What does that mean to the taxes that they pay to government? What does that mean to the overall economic contribution that this manufacturer does or makes to government? Finally, and this is a call to action, we had recently undertook a research, and the ED UMA knows, on workers' compensation. Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Gender and Government is very clear in terms of some of the mandatory insurance covers that you need to take, especially as manufacturers. So we conducted a research on workers' compensation, uptake of workers' compensation amongst manufacturers. What surprised us is that the knowledge of this product is at 79%. Despite the fact that the knowledge is at 79%, the uptake is at 51%. So it means that, Mr. Vice Chairman and ED, that almost only 51% of your members are taking workers' compensation. But what does this mean? We realized that 68% of the employees that we interviewed had actually experienced a work-related injury, and that injury was not payable because their employer, the manufacturer, had not taken up workers' compensation. These are figures that we see, and for us as the insurance industry, our call to action is that, yes, indeed, we would want to collaborate closely with government. We want to collaborate with the manufacturers to ensure that, yes, you are aligned in terms of workers' compensation, but also there is continuity in case of injuries, and these do have a fallback position. Now, as I conclude, what is it that we are doing in line with the National Development Plan? And again, the priorities, I think, have been clearly articulated. Now, as the insurance industry, if you look at some of the projects we are running, and I think the budget has been clear when it comes to the aspect of oil and gas. As the insurance industry, we've taken a center stage in de-risking the oil and gas sector. We are covering projects in Tilenga, Kingfisher, but also the East African crude oil pipeline. Premiums about $23 million have been collected, but this has given guarantee that, yes, these projects can go ahead. Again, when you look at the agriculture sector, which then provides input to manufacturing, again, through our partnership with government, and we are grateful, Minister of Finance is here, we are grateful to the subsidy, the annual subsidy that you provide for us to de-risk the agriculture sector. And again, we've seen the number of farmers in terms of uptake of insurance increase to over 300,000. Again, we are aligned to all the priorities that government has put in place. And I saw my colleague, I think, from Uganda Revenue Authority. Our next project, and again blessed by the Ministry of Finance, is the localization of marine insurance. Again, we are working closely with government to ensure that we do not have capital flight and premium flight
where merchandise that is destined for Uganda is insured outside Uganda. In a way, government loses revenue through taxation, but above all, the insurance industry loses these premiums, which then again are factored into the economic development. We have a number of challenges that we see in the insurance industry, but the industry has been largely resilient. It's been largely resilient simply because what we do in terms of paying genuine claims is something that we have focused on, and therefore we will continue to focus on. When you look at the centerpiece on your table, it has Uganda Insurers Association. In there are the different members that we do represent. There will be the non-life members, we have the life insurers, we have the reinsurers, and also the micro-insurers. Now, for you to be able to get to understand what else the association is doing, I urge you to scan the QR code that is on the centerpiece. It will give you a lot more information around insurance, around the growth, and around what the sector is all about and how we are contributing to the growth of the economy. I know, Alan, I think you gave me about 5 minutes, and I've used them adequately. So I will now take this opportunity to invite the representative of the ministry and representing the PSST to come and close this session. Thank you.
Riding on the protocol that was already laid out, allow me to say a very good afternoon once again, and thank you for your patience. The matters we are dealing with here are very important for the different stakeholders. I am Joseph Enyimu. I serve as Commissioner, Economic Development Policy and Research, and I have the honor this afternoon to deliver the remarks of the PSST to you, gathered here as manufacturers and stakeholders. It is my honor to address you today on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development under the theme, the National Budget Financial Year 2024-25 in the lens or lenses of NDP4 strategic priorities, a manufacturer's perspective. I extend my sincere gratitude to Uganda Manufacturers Association for organizing this important forum. Your continued commitment to advancing Uganda's manufacturing sector is commendable and essential for the nation's economic growth and development. The budget for financial year 24-25 is uniquely important. It is the fifth and final budget for implementing the third National Development Plan and the first for implementing the tenfold growth strategy of government. It also sets the foundation for the upcoming NDP4. This year's budget theme, full monetization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, market access, aligns perfectly with our collective goals as have been demonstrated in this engagement. Uganda's economy has shown resilience with an estimated GDP growth of 6% in the last fiscal year, 23-24. This is a significant achievement compared to sub-Saharan Africa's average of 3% and the global average of 2.9%, or rather 3.8% for sub-Saharan Africa. Our ambitious national development agenda, however, dictates that we must do better than that 6%. This year's budget, fiscal year 24-25, aims to expand our GDP to 60 billion United States dollars, from 53.3 billion in the last fiscal year. Is demonstrated by, among other things, the significant growth in your annual demand for energy, which is at 9%. This level of demand confirms that you have seen an opportunity and a future in the Ugandan market. The above unprecedented growth in electricity demand is happening despite what we know from the study conducted by Uganda Manufacturers Association in 2023 that informed us of some of the cost drivers for you and the factors that explain the high underutilization of your installed capacity. Under the tenfold growth strategy, government targets to rapidly increase the country's export earnings from what is dubbed the ATMs: agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral-based development, and science, technology, and innovation. We target to grow our export earnings by 12-fold. That is from the level of $7.5 billion we registered in this year that has ended, to 95 billion. Now, as manufacturers, this places on you something we call a triple target. And here is the triple target. Number one, we have to raise the share of exports in GDP to 50%. We are currently at about 12%. We have to raise the share of manufactured products in merchandise exports from 13 to 50%. And then we have to raise the share of medium and high-tech products in manufactured products from 21% to 50%. And herein is where our STI agenda becomes very paramount. The above triple target makes the success of manufacturers a much greater imperative for the country and Ugandans. Manufacturing is expected to play a pivotal role in agro-industrialization strategy by adding value to agricultural products. This was well elaborated in the presentation from STI, and I will not belabor. You may ask the question, what does manufacturing have to do with tourism development? The tourism sector can benefit significantly from manufacturing of locally made furniture and construction materials for tourist facilities. Additionally, manufacturing high-quality local products can enhance the visitor experience and promote Uganda as a destination with unique and authentic offerings. Allow me just elaborate something here. Under the tenfold growth strategy, we are looking at hitting $50 billion in terms of inflows. We currently have about 30,000 hotel rooms in the country. Delivering on that target means we have to grow our hotel room capacity to no less than 100,000 hotel rooms. We have just about 1 or 2 international hotel chains operating in Uganda, and that has to change. And all those are opportunities really for the manufacturing sector. And we urge that you pay keen interest in what's happening in this space. And again, given that domestic tourism compared to foreign inflows is in the ratio of almost 1 to 2, It means that the disposable incomes of Ugandans are very critical in informing the speed at which our hotel capacity expands, and that means demand for you, the manufacturers. Allow me speak a little bit on mineral development. Development of the mining and mineral sector offers substantial opportunities for manufacturing, particularly in the beneficiation and processing of minerals. Furthermore, the burgeoning oil and gas sector presents numerous opportunities for manufacturing industry, including in the petrochemical industry. As you are aware, we are advanced in the development of the Kabalega Industrial Business Park. The airport will be concluded, I believe, this year, and the detailed designs for this park are also in very advanced stages. We expect, under the tenfold growth strategy, to generate from there, amongst other things, fertilizer, bitumen for our roads, the polycarbons that go into the manufacture of plastics, and the whole paint industry that has to service the construction sector. And all those are opportunities for you, the manufacturers. So manufacturing can significantly also contribute to the advancement in science, technology, and innovation. The development and production of technological equipment, research tools, and innovative products will not only boost the sector, but also drive overall economic growth. Investments in technology and innovation will support the creation of high-tech manufacturing hubs, fostering a culture of research and development, and positioning Uganda as a leader in technological advancement in the region. What are the priorities we've provided for in the budget for 24-25 to move us to that end? The budget emphasizes industrialization through agro-industry and light manufacturing. For manufacturers, these strategic priorities translate into several benefits. I will just list a few. Some you are aware of, others may come through as new. In the budget that was passed, you are aware that we are continuing to capitalize UDB, and we are now at a level of about 1.6 trillion capitalization of UDB. We've also allocated another 55 billion for this year, and we are securing lines of credit using UDB's balance sheet. So we want to commend you that because of the way you're running your businesses and the way your businesses are growing, the non-performing loans of UDB are falling, and they're falling very significantly, allowing UDB to leverage its balance sheet to attract more financing. As you're aware, UDB won a Continental Award for being the best development finance institution, and so did their MD. So again, congratulations to you, the manufacturers. The Agricultural Credit Facility, now in its 15th year of operation, has lending and coverage aging to Uganda shillings 1 trillion. And it is financing projects in the range of 4,000 projects. About 40% of that is also to do with agro manufacturing, and the SCF has the lowest NPLs in the banking industry at about 3.5%. So that's very commendable that the players in the agro manufacturing industry are really implementing sustainable business plans. A new development on the horizon, which speaks to a subject that has been discussed here. You talked about the need of an industrial bank. Government has commenced the implementation of the Investment for Industrial Transformation and Employment project. Under this project, we have a special purpose vehicle called an Invite Trust, which if we manage with you collectively very well, could serve that very purpose of an industrial bank. It is a project worth $218 million. The trust will be capitalized to the tune of $150 million US. A total of 140,000 micro, small, and medium enterprises are expected to directly benefit from this project, creating between now and 2027, 200,000 new jobs and preserving 500,000 jobs that were affected by COVID-19. I invite you to visit the website, invite.go.ug. We thank you for your response. We have over 160 of you that have already applied for the export farm support window, where we are looking at hand-holding you into some high-end markets, and we will be unfolding more of these updates as we go. UDC is also making targeted investments to boost local manufacturing capacity, playing a de-risking role in supporting industrialization through the private sector. Within the budget, we have provided for the critical infrastructure that is necessary, like I said, to support heavy manufacturing, but also light manufacturing in terms of logistics. As explained by HE, we need to move cargo off the roads onto the rail and our waterways. We are rehabilitating the meter gauge, which will operationalize the Gulu Logistics Center. We have begun work on the standard gauge railway, and we are also delivering on ICT, especially last mile connectivity. As you are aware, 10 years ago, e-commerce was only accounting for about 10% of global trade. As we speak, as of 2023, e-commerce was accounting for 23% of global merchandise trade. That trend, Uganda will not escape it. And so it's important that, people in our rural areas can start making these orders. And I want to thank the insurance people. I was driving home and I saw that there are now borders that have insurance on them. So you can take a border that provides your insurance cover in its price. That is being relevant to local content. Government is also committed to the continued development of industrial parks, which play a key role in supporting the manufacturing sector by providing essential services and infrastructure. In the budget for 24-25, we've allocated 4.9 trillion to continue investments in industrial parks, road construction, and maintenance of roads and bridges. There was a point made here about developing our waterways. I want to confirm that we are progressing with the Bukasa port, and then also the navigation of the navigability of Lake Victoria. In terms of market access, Uganda's export promotion strategy has delivered some substantial gains. In the year that has ended, our exports grew 46% in 1 year. And we are just shy from $8 billion. But for where we are going, we celebrate this, but it is still very far from our target of 95. That is an increase of almost 3 billion in a year, and I'm happy to note that our leading agricultural commodity export, coffee, for the first time in our history, has crossed the $1 billion mark. So we congratulate the farmers, the primary processors, and all the logistics people in between there. Key export markets include EAC and COMESA, and that is not news to this community. Government also recognizes the importance of skills development and training for the manufacturing sector. We are investing in technical and vocational education and training programs to equip our workforce with the necessary skills to meet the demands for modern manufacturing processes, and I think that was alluded to by the presentations that went on here. That said, we must acknowledge that there are challenges ahead, such as climate change, geopolitical tensions, and high interest rates. Mitigating these risks will require concerted efforts, including climate adaptation measures, exploring cheaper financing options, and prudent government spending. It was observed here that we need to address the issue of raising patient capital from the capital markets, and I can confirm to you that the Capital Markets Authority has commenced a process of providing for equal treatment. If you are raising money via debt from the commercial banks, that would also apply to raising money for your investment from the capital markets. So that should allow you a more leveled ground. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the budget for this year presents significant opportunities for Uganda's manufacturing sector. By leveraging the strategic priorities outlined, we can drive industrial growth, enhance competitiveness, and continue to contribute to Uganda's socio-economic transformation. Let's work together to harness these opportunities for the betterment of the manufacturing sector and the nation at large. I thank you for your kind attention.
A round of applause for the PSST.
I think I will invite you. You had asked me to bring this to a close, but I need confirmation. I see other arrangements on your program.
No, officially you can close, then we'll have the photo sessions.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to declare this dialogue ended and closed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for the PSST and for closing the ceremony. We are only left with administrative issues. Please, I will request the chairman and the PSST and the sponsors and everyone to come for a photo here so that we can go and leave this place. Thank you very much, Monsieur PSST, Monsieur Chair. Serve the chair and the PSST. ED, you may want to join, and the MDAs, please, so that we have that photos done. STI, URA, PSPD, yes, Ministry of Trade, Manufacturing Program, please join us. PPDA, please join us. We need to do this very quickly and get out of here. People are really tired. Maggie, your group of photos, please, let's have it and go. Who are we looking? All right. Thank you very much. Is that photo done? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. May I request the PSST, the chair, and the ED to remain behind, and we have these certificates, a photo with the certificates. Move it, please stay. Abacus, UIA, please. There is a certificate that we have. Roofings Group, Pep Scholar. Let us have that photo. Move it. They already have them, so let us have that photo. All right, I think we are good. I hope the photographers can zoom in all the way. And the MC also must have that photo in. All right, now let's have everyone on the podium and we close this off. Please, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, come. Let's have this photo and we officially leave this place. Ernest and Young, I didn't see you up here. Were you up here? Yes, please, let's have that photo. Please, let's come, all of us, share this moment. I know it's been quite a long breakfast meeting, but there should be some maybe at this stair, and then some here as well, and then one more down here, so that we can have, please,